All right, welcome everybody to the Myth Podcast, episode number 24. Today we'll be continuing our historical retrospective series in celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. In this episode, we'll be covering the Myth World Cup 2021 finals. I am GKG. I'm joined by my co-host Asmo, and also joined by returning special guest Ratking. Rat, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate y'all. Glad to be here.
So MWC 2021, I actually do appear in these finals, which is a little weird. We can get into that a little bit later, but I mostly did not participate in this MWC. So you guys will have to fill in the details of like what was going on during this year.
Yeah, 100%, man. So this was pretty fairly standard, I feel like, for what MWC has become, right? Like three pretty competitive teams and then a few other teams that are, fighting their way up. But yeah, you had KOTET come in as the first team that registered. Definitely a very good team. Arzenic, Funk, HMP, Cryptos, LSO, Monty, many others, Thierry, Zell, Spoon, PK, fantastic team. And then you had NATO, which was Homer's team. Inculator, Garrick, GK, Adrenaline, Shy, Akira, Karma, Clank. Really good team. I think I might have been a little bit late to the party, but still fielded a very competitive team. Myself, Gekko, KillerKing, Thal, Asmodian, Cruniac, Argos, Paris, Eastwind, Sam, Kron, Captain, Vasazel, Ratking, interestingly enough, and Liger.
Did Rabikin make any appearances, or he was just kind of on the roster?
He did. He made a couple early appearances, and I think, as I think we were in a couple games with him early on, but if memory serves, I don't think that he stuck it out towards the end. Let me look up his games played while we're rolling. Yeah, so he played one match essentially.
Gotcha.
He went 2-2, 1.3 KDR, 1.2 damage ratio. So not bad, but essentially one match, I think.
What happens to the like the Genghis Clank Karma team? I think you mentioned. Who
I I
they I
think
assume got to the bottom bracket finals. Who took them out?
I think it was KOTET. Or was it? Or who? Let me see the acronym. So they were NATO.
I thought Genghis didn't play this year. That was my recollection.
He didn't have very many games played, I think, when I was doing some quick research. Yeah, he had 10 games played. Of course, did well, 1.6 KDR, 1.3 damage ratio. So it looks like he played two matches, but not any 7-game series match.
What was the name of these two finalist teams? So you mentioned KOTET. I think that's LSO's team. Is that right? Or
Absolutely. And then we were Bridge 4, and then NATO was the other team.
okay, NATO.
Looking at the bottom bracket finals, so if this is like flagged right in the Gate of Storms database, it looks like a SM became NATO or something. I don't know, but it was KOTET versus SM, and they swept them. So LSO's team absolutely crushed them. And I remember on our Discord, we were reviewing some of the films, and we were like, "Oh, sure!" Like these guys really got taken to the cleaners in that bottom bracket. So I think
Ko-
you guys, like KOTET, had a lot of momentum coming in for sure.
KOTET stood for Knights of the something table. What's the E?
Knights of the Elliptical table.
Okay. Oh my god. All right. Um, and the KOTET's coming from the bottom bracket, right? You just said that. So you guys
Coming
had
from
the
the
sudden death.
bottom bracket.
Yeah, you
And
guys
let
had the
me,
sudden death advantage then.
we did, and God help me, we needed it. Foreshadowing a little bit there. I don't want to give it away, but yeah, it was a close match. And then the top bracket finals was, yes, it was Bridge 4, which was us against LSO's team. And looking at the results there, it was not really that close. It looks like 4-1 overall in favor of us. So that maybe, who knows where the momentum was, right? We had a good top bracket finals match, and then KOTET comes in and absolutely crushes the bottom bracket. So pretty nice showdown there in the finals with two teams that seemingly have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, looking at these bottom bracket finals, like you mentioned, yeah, LSO's team sweeps the other team. The other team's like Adren, Homer, Karma, but they were missing Genghis. I do remember, I think Genghis might have played in the NWC, but he didn't play, like, I guess, in that bottom bracket finals anyway.
Doesn't look like he
Looks like
did.
he maybe just missed, which, he's a pretty key player. Okay, he played 10 games. He's pretty inactive, I guess, looks like, throughout the whole tournament. So
I think
yeah,
they could have really used him in that match. It looks like
yeah, for sure.
Karma, Inculator, Homer, Seeker, Adrenaline. Don't know who Sir Leon is or Hoggus Christ.
August
Hoggus
Chris
Christ.
the Shyster.
Yeah, I thought
Oh
that was
wow.
Shyster too. Yeah.
Oh nice. Yeah.
Do you know who Sir Leon is, Asmo?
Yeah, he's a noob, like at best the low key
Gotcha.
ballers. I feel like he's the friend of Paris. No, not Paris. He's the friend of someone in the myth community, but not well known.
Gotcha. So yeah, so like there's like three decent teams basically, which is pretty typical for an MWC. But the bottom bracket's kind of a blowout. You guys, did you guys go undefeated? You guys must have went undefeated. Yeah, the whole unless you lost something in the QR. I'm curious. Okay, there was a
I,
QR match between you guys. Okay, so the first time these two teams played each other, you guys went 3-2 in the QR. So it was a close match. You guys won 3-2, but a really close match. Yeah, interesting. I actually played in that QR match too. I played a couple games. I do not remember that at all, but okay, cool.
yeah, definitely close. It looks like we lost in QR5. So that was the NATO slash SM team that beat us 3-2. So we did lose. That might have been the only
Oh,
one outside of the finals.
uh, versus SM.
Quarter week
QR5.
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was the match they had Genghis. Okay, I see. Yeah.
You were there this week. Was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess it was a 6-for-6. It looks like.
Shad weirdly played a game. There's like a lot of subs. It looks like in that match. It looks kind of wonky. I don't know. Like
Definitely good roster for them. They're missing Shy, but otherwise not too bad.
yeah,
GK,
yeah,
Karma,
for
Dren.
for sure. Yeah. Um, so okay, so you dropped one match in the QR, but other than that, pretty much undefeated for you guys. Was there any drama or beef this year leading up to the finals? We'll get into the finals, but like before the finals, was there anything?
Maybe Asmo. I don't know if you have anything on this. I don't think so. I think the finals had a couple things, but I mean that's not uncommon. I don't remember a whole lot of beef otherwise. Could be missing something though.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind for me that I remember.
Rat, you
See,
were primary captain, and you were doing all the strategies, right? Asmo, were you involved at all with the strategies with
I,
Rat or at all, or no?
Not that I recall. I think it was just Rat. Maybe other people gave like minor input, but I'm pretty sure it was all Rat.
yeah, this one, like I remember this one. It's lucky that it's pretty recent. So, the 2019 winning with the asterisk, I think this was like the comeback year of like, hey, let's seal the deal, do it. Get one down without an asterisk on it, right?
Right. Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
so that was the same kind of setup where I just did the strat, posted it, and then people give feedback and things. And a lot of times I'll change stuff because people have like really good input. But it's funny like how you develop like what works and then you find something that does and you don't want to change it, right? And that method of just going through it myself, at least I know what the plan is like distinctly, and I've got it in the back of my mind. So I don't even, there's definitely some written elements to help with like trades and stuff like that. But When I do it myself through that method, I feel like a lot more confident as a captain, that I just know it inside and out. And that's kind of why I do that.
I'd say something interesting looking at these rosters is LSO's team looks like the Bertha MIT. I did not know that, but it's a lot of similar names right there.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was about to talk about that. But you are correct. This is the precursor to MIT. MIT is being born in this very finals match that we're about to watch. Before I get into that, though, I was going to ask you guys, what was kind of like the roles that you saw it for every player on your team? So we like Rat's the captain and strategist, obviously, but what about everybody else?
Yeah. So there were like, we had a just an absolute, in my opinion, I had a great roster this year. Um, I don't think I liked it quite as much as the 2019 roster, right? Because that one I felt like was pretty banging. But Cruniac was a pivotal player. Paris, Braun. So like getting into the roles, like Cruniac's obviously a thrower, right? He was definitely filling that role for us in the big matches. Paris was kind of like a do it all kind of guy who you can pretty much put anywhere. Captain, definitely more like a artillery specialist. Kron, definitely great on artillery, and even some unit like melee packs at times. Asmo is definitely one of those people that like I always love to do it all. He can handle the tro. He can basically do anything. And then Gekko and Thal kind of following in that same vein as well. Great role players too. KillerKing. I feel like Argos is a good role player. And Eastwind, I don't think he played that much. Sam, similar to Cruniac, but a little bit different. Um, but yeah, those were like the main players in their roles. And I feel like it gelled pretty well, especially towards the end.
It's a very PC answer, Rat. Like
You say
it's
that
like
every
everybody's
time.
good. Everybody's a heavy hitter.
I was thinking about that the last time, and I'm like, I'm going to come up with a more detailed answer for GKG, but nope.
I mean,
Um,
Kroon's the primary thrower as I saw it anyway. I guess Asmo, maybe you were secondary thrower if it ever needed the arise. I don't know, but
I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the stuff.
or
I mean, I
Paris,
only
something like
played
that.
one game of the finals, so I don't even know if I was a part of the plan going to the
Oh,
finals. I'm
because this was
assuming
on
all
a
those games
Sunday, is that
around.
right? So you weren't able to
Yeah, I
rise.
think I had
Yeah.
like some family event that day or something.
Okay.
yeah, and Asmo, I was looking at your record, 22-5 this Myth World Cup. To me, that's freaking excellent. 1.4 KDR, just over even on damage ratio. But yeah, no, I've always pegged Asmo as a guy who can handle the roles and do it. And do it with like intelligence. You have some super aggressive players that just go in a little bit too quick and too heavy sometimes. Um, but definitely always liked that. Thal can hit in the pinch sometimes. I've done that with Gekko in the past. I think we looked at that at a past Myth World Cup, didn't we? He was on Troy one time, which had like, 50-50 results. Um, but yeah, I don't think Vasazel got too much burn on the team. Liger was non-existent, if memory serves. But yeah, I mean, Cruniac definitely was, in my mind, a focal point of the team. And was this the last Myth World Cup he played in? I think.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
think
about to talk
so.
about that. This is gonna be the last match as I know it that anybody has ever seen Cruniac, and
Wow.
um, he I was gonna about to agree with you, Rat. Like he really stood out for me as well this finals because I went back and watched, when this first happened. I think both teams posted their respective recordings of the match, and Kroon like was stepping up and like shot calling and like doing good shot calling too, um, while heavy hitting and everything. Like I was so surprised to see that. Like Kroon really could. Man, he was. It's such a shame that he disappeared because like he was just really blossoming as a player, like potential five baller. Like I was really impressed because that he's traditionally not been super well known to be like the super team oriented comms guy, shot calling and everything. Like I always, I don't know. Me personally, I always saw him as more of a BC player. Like a pretty smart BC player. I teamed with him plenty of years because he was pretty smart. But I don't know. Like, just it was very cool to see how much, because I've been following him for like a decade, right? Like first teamed with him in 2012, and just seeing the transformation he went through from 2012 to this year, like basically 10 years, it was impressive. So
Couldn't agree more. I think like in terms of overall talent in that time frame, I've never seen any player really that I can think of that like, and he wasn't terrible when he came back. He could still like he could play, but I mean, shit, he got a lot better. Like, and
definitely, yeah, he kept improving. That I love seeing that too. Like he was a player that just
yeah,
kept improving over the years. It was like really, really great to see.
yeah, like his, he had that mentality at like the elite level throwing where he's hyper focused on his throw health, right? Always making sure he had a little bit more than the other guy, and always had great discipline in his engagements. Looking at his Myth World Cup performance this year at 2.3 KDR, pretty phenomenal. 1.2 damage ratio, 20 wins, 13 losses. But he definitely was in this year for our team a great shot caller, and someone who is it's a great person to have on your team by your side. I will say
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you
And
want Kroon on your. He's exactly right. You want Kroon on your team, like as a friend, not an enemy, right? Like he's.
100%.
I always talk about like certain players who are just like they're really great competitors and they just have that killer mindset, and like Kroon was definitely one of those players, and yeah, he's a player you want on your team for sure.
And not to, don't want to give any spoilers, but later in the story, there's a key moment where all of what we're saying really like comes in very clutch. But I'll hit that when we get there.
Yeah, when I post this, I'll try to post links to the various recordings of this match too for anybody who's interested, because we're starting it in these later MWCs. We're starting to get like regular like recordings of the matches so people can see what the respective teams' voice comms were at the time. So which is always cool.
That is cool. It's amazing. I mean, in a couple other players to highlight, Paris had a great showing. Ephemeral, dude, 37 wins. That's impressive, right? 1.8 KDR. Like, I think he had a great Myth World Cup. Um, and it's I think it was KOTET and Bridge 4 that when you look at the overall wins totals at the for the whole tournament, you're like, it's basically those two teams.
Yeah, so circling back around a little bit about my involvement on this team, and as Asmo observed, it's kind of like the precursor to MIT. So I gotta go. Actually got the story of this team actually starts in 2020. So 2020, um, I was away from Myth for I'm sure I've talked about this a little bit, but just to repeat some of it. I did not participate in MWC 2019 or 2020. Just had my first kid at the time, so I was busy with being a new father deal, right? Um,
Nice.
and but in 2020, I did watch that finals, and um, it was obviously had great activity, a lot of big names in that finals, which was great to see. But watching the finals, I just saw like I was so disappointed in kind of the strategies that I saw, because like I'm seeing such great big names, and I just feel like the strategies is like just really misutilizing everybody, and the games just aren't nearly as good as they could be, in my view. And stepping away from the game for like a couple years really gave me a fresh perspective on the game. I'm really glad I did it actually, because like coming back in with fresh eyes after a couple years, I started thinking about the game in, I don't know, some ideas started clicking with me for some random reason, and kind of inspired from that, watching that finals in particular. And then I started writing out a strategy document, which kind of was I've written many strategy, articles before for the Myth community, that I shared with the Myth community, and this was like my another attempt at those. But like it was my I had like it was my last. It was like I wanted to throw away all my prior writing on this on the subject of myth strategy, and like kind of do one last big effort to really hit it home in the best clarity, full of like diagrams and everything. Like initially it was going to be just a small idea. Like I was just started off with like one diagram, but like it just kept building and building until it became this like whole paper. So that was 2020, and then I watched the draft tournament that happened after MWC. I think it was near the end of the year in 2020. It's like maybe like winter. That was the Karma organized draft tournament, I think, if I'm not mistaken about that. And Shad had led a team, right? Shad had led a team, and LSO had led a team. They're two different teams. And I wasn't really talking to LSO at the time, but Shad, for whatever reason, I started working with Shad. I was like, started to share my strategy paper with a couple, trusted mythers, and I wanted to see what I could do trying to teach somebody else everything in that paper, and see if it could improve their kind of team performance, right, and their ability to captain and stuff like that. And so like Shad was like the experiment that draft tournament, and so I was helping Shad a lot with the strategies that draft tournament in 2020, and he upset some people, and famously they went to the finals and like kind of had a contested finals. In the end, they did win 4-3. It's like we didn't want to declare an official winner, but that was the score of the finals of that tournament. I'm just saying. So that was a pretty like big result. I felt that team was like a massive underdog. I felt, and they like definitely overperformed. And so already I'm starting to get this idea of like, hey, I want to go further with this. In this MWC, this was the next tournament after that draft finals. And I think Shad might have started capping the first couple matches in the QR, maybe. I could be wrong. But quickly, we made the realization that LSO really should step up and take that role. This was also around the time that LSO showed me a recording of him in the finals of some other off-season tournament. Actually, I think he played your team, Rat. And actually, Rat, I don't know if you remember this. There was some off-season tournament around this time. I was talking to Eastwind, and I was trying to help you guys too, and give you a bunch of strats through Eastwind. I don't know if you remember this at all, but I ended up doing a really shitty job, whatever strats I gave you guys, but I think you ended up like tossing them after a game or two anyway, and like kind of doing your own thing. But anyway, LSO's team ended up beating you guys in some other off-season finals tournament, and LSO showed me the recording, and I was so impressed by his capping. Like really, I was really, really impressed. I had never seen anybody captain like that before. Other than myself. Like he's all over the comms. He has great camera control. He's making good calls. I was really, really impressed with LSO. And so I was like, yes, I'm going to train LSO everything I know, and he's going to be the next big thing. So that was 2021. That was kind of like I was grooming LSO all of 2021 here in this tournament. And I was very active in the strategies. So like, I think LSO always came up with the first iteration. Like I wanted him to come up with it on his own first, but like, of course I would I would help out with feedback. So yes, if anybody wants to say I was like cheating or rigging shit during these tournaments, like okay, that's fine. I still didn't play. Like I didn't play except for these games we're about to watch here. I guess I did play some of those, but like I didn't dummy, right? Like I wasn't dummying for anybody who's trying to make those kind of wild accusations, because there was some of that going on at the time, right? So just to clarify that. So that leading up to this finals, the other reason I'm in these finals, like I was never planning to play. I only stepped in when like they were really short on players, and in these finals, they're short 2 key players, which was HMP, aka Ephemeral, and Tiri. So that's like basically LSO's like, you know, top 2 out of 3 players. I mean, they have ours at least still, right? But and so it kind of was a similar situation to the TWS 2016 finals, where Limp asked for my help. He was short his 2 key players too. I normally don't like to like, everybody thinks probably that I'm trying to like just get in there and kind of like steal a win or whatever, but it's really not my intention. I just want to see competitive matches at the end of the day. That's all I care about. I'm happy to spectate competitive matches. Doesn't matter to me. But with them being short 2 key players, I was like, okay, I think it's just, if they're short just 1, I probably wouldn't have stepped in. But like, if they're short 2, it's like it's gonna be a blowout if I like literally don't step in and like help. So that was the story going into these finals. Just to put on record my side of the story. Do you guys want to comments about any of this so far, or what?
Yeah. So I think was it the Grim Classic? That was the finals match that he played, because I'm pretty sure.
Maybe it was the Grim Yeah, there was a Grim Classic. You're right. Yeah.
That was it, and maybe, but going into that, like to hit that one real quick, I thought like my team was set. We were gonna crush, right? We had a great team, and I didn't, nothing against LSO's team, but like to me, it just didn't look like on paper that it was even going to be close. And dude, we got stomped.
I felt the same way. Like I think everybody felt the same way, that your team definitely had a distinct roster advantage for sure. Rat, by the way, 100%. Before I just want to get your kind of input on this. Do you remember, like I was only talking with Eastwind, so I don't know what Eastwind's conversations with you were, but do you remember this at all, where like I was trying to like help out with some strats or whatever through Eastwind during that tournament?
It doesn't ring a specific bell. I'm trying to find the Discord if I still have it. I don't think I'm still in it, but there was a Discord that had like basically a complete, line, item by item of all the stuff. I don't see it in my list. I do remember that we had some high points and some low points, but I don't remember. I probably didn't want to be capping in that one, but I sometimes find myself in there. But I don't specifically recall. Eastwind is someone that I've always had a ton of respect for, and still do, obviously. So when he was weighing in, I remember stratting with him and having lots of like detailed conversations. But I don't think he ever said that like information was like he had a new line on information or anything. But I do recall that to some extent. But I don't remember what the pivot was at what point in time, if anything changed, or what the reasoning was, or any of that stuff. But I do remember getting crushed in that finals. So hats off to him, dude. He really put it together and did a great job. But yeah, on the other side of it, like the tournament finals for 2021, like, yeah, dude, I'm of the same mindset. Like, I always want to have competitive matches and generally don't care like people sub and stuff like that. I think over the years I've been like very liberal, I guess is the right word, in terms of that kind of thing. The one part that got me on this one, and it could have been my perception or perhaps other shenanigans that have happened many, many times in Myth World Cup that was triggering was Spoon was the tournament organizer and on your guys' team. Right. So and there's been many matches I've had, hey, people can't show up, you try to find subs, and dude, every sub is like suboptimal compared to the person you're replacing. So I've dealt with that for years. So all of those like historic memories, right? But I remember the one big problem that I had with it was that you weren't on a roster. Um, and that the tournament rules, which I still remember to this day, though I've water under the bridge, like life goes on, right? This is a video game, right? Was that the rosters freeze when the quarter round starts and when DE2 starts? Like they're supposed to freeze. There's not any movement, and yes, there's still subs and stuff like that, but it wasn't specifically articulated. And another element that, and Asmo, you might remember this, but you were in the finals the last game, which we don't. There's cool parts about that I won't share right now. But my team, dude, like whatever I was saying was a very filtered PC version of what my team was pressuring me to say and do, which, I mean, to an extent, like I agreed with them, right? So there was a lot of like dynamic there that may or may not have been apparent, but yeah, definitely we were kind of pissed, dude, just to be honest. And the reason is that like GKG, you're a transcendent player, dude. Like in the finals match, I think you had like a 2.6 KDR, 3-1 record, and that's in 4 games, right? So it's like it's a different animal to me, right? Because we've played so many different finals matches over the years, and who doggy man, I lost a lot of them. So like it was just kind of tough to get to all the way to the end of the journey, and I would have loved and preferred to have the full roster show up, all roster show up, let's fight it out, see what happens. But to me, it seemed like a bit of an unfair advantage to have going into it. Though they were down people, which is fair. So, but again, I mean, it's just that was just my side of it.
I think ultimately the right thing happened, which was Adren ends up replacing me, and Adren seems like a more proper sub. So, you didn't have any issues with Adren subbing, did you?
No, like, see, there again, the point, right? Like, I want the competitive matches, right? But I think, like, just from my point of view, Adrenaline and Tiri are great players, storied mythers, but they're definitely not you, dude. They're just not. And so, like, what's really tough in your case is that you're like the one person who's probably just head and shoulders better than the rest of us, and it's just tough from my point of view. But again, this is, essentially a team game, and, try not to be selfish, let myself influence these things or just do what I want to do. Right. But it was a bit tough, but hey, we basically, and I don't want to foreshadow too much, but it was it led to a very climactic ending. Right. So that it was, I think it all ended at least.
I think it all worked out great in the end. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. 100%.
Asmo, you've been quiet over there. Anything to add?
No, I mean, I wasn't here for majority of the finals, so it's hard for me. I don't really remember what happened beforehand, but I mean, yeah, I mean, there is a massive difference. I know just from looking back on it, like when you were there, then when Adrenaline replaced you, right? Adrenaline's a good player, so it's not like they're bringing in a scrub to replace you, but like your influence isn't just like you're a good player, right? Your influence is you influence all aspects of the game, shot calling, strategy, blah blah blah. That's the difference.
Yeah, I had a good 4 games. Even by my standards, they were good games for me. So
100%, dude. Like you were 4th in kills and overall in a 9-game series.
it was like how when you step away from the game for a long time, every now and then you can just like have like a crazy streak. Like it's like weird. Like your rust won't kick in right away, and because the game just feels so fresh and you're just like so into it that you just end up having like a really dominant day. Have you guys experienced that at all?
The 2014 finals, different kind of story, right? But like, hey, in my journey to that point, I'd, been on the stage before, but you get a chance to do it again. And you're like, shit, you don't know if you're ever going to make it back. And, I feel like that was a moment that I can relate to on that side. But it
I
makes sense because all the frustrations that can sometimes come through, slogging through a tournament, like you get an opportunity, come in, crush it, and it makes sense to me. It does, stepping away from it for a bit.
so yeah, I've experienced it, and just like thinking about logically, I think this is how it happened. So if you're not away from the game for like 10 years or something, right? It's been like a couple years, so everything's like still semi-fresh, like the ideas and stuff. Like you come back, you haven't grinded out a whole tournament, you haven't put in the hours, you show up in for a finals, like you don't feel the pressure, right? If you put in that time every single week and you're in the finals against another team, you feel a little bit pressure, the anxiety, like I got to get the job done. I just invested like 2 months in this, but you come back fresh, playing like I guess good players or a good match, and I feel like you don't feel that pressure. It's like, okay, I just come back for a game, just playing the game, and you don't feel that outside anxiety. That would be my guess. Why that
Yeah,
happens?
I felt that as well. I don't know. I think that's part of it, Asthma. I don't think that's all of it. For me, it's like also part of it's like you're just in the zone. Like it just the game feels so fresh and it just like grabs you. It kind of grabs you in a similar way like the first time you played the game. Like it just feels kind of semi new again to you, right? And but it's like new, but it's not like you forgot. It's like riding a bicycle. It's not like you forgot how to ride it. You didn't forget how to play the game, right? Um, so I don't know. I've experienced that several times, and it's kind of like a 50-50 hit. Like sometimes I'll come back and I'll just be rusty as shit. Um, but other times, like yeah, like and these games in particular, like I was like um, on fire in a good way, and but it was like right after this. It's funny though. Like if I played probably a little bit after this match, I probably the rust will kick in like right after. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I've experienced that a couple times where I'll just be like I'll have like one good day or maybe one good week, and then like the rust will kick in, and then it's like weird how that can work sometimes. And then the rust usually takes like 2 to 4 weeks to kind of just come out, and then
I
it's
got a
good again.
question about that. So, I mean, you just talked about on this podcast, like how like you came back with a new perspective, right? When you did come back, the new eyes seeing the game.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe when you came back, like you unlearned bad habits
Yes.
because it's been so long. And so maybe you weren't doing things that you did before that were bad habits that you were just used to doing, and you continue to do them because they were winning games, even if they're bad habits.
I think that's a lot of truth to that for sure. I think everybody's got bad habits, and it's really hard to unlearn them. Yeah, yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. So, are you talking about the strategy aspects or the play
Just, no, just
or
play.
both?
Just play.
Just
Yeah.
play? Okay. I think there's both.
Specifically, I
I
mean,
think
you already
I
touched
think
on
there's a lot
strategy.
of because Asma, we were watching some of my older capping and some of these other episodes, and like dude, like it's been like crazy how bad some of the stuff I was doing back then is like. So I see a lot of bad habits in my stratting back then too. Even though like I
Yeah.
was winning MWCs and stuff, like man, dude, I'm such a better captain now than I am. And even though I'm not really capping, LSO is the one capping, but I kind of have like a co-captain role, I guess you could say. And like I'm just so much better now, especially with the shot calling and strategies. Really, both of them just way better now than I was back then. So
There could be like an element too of like playing with house money, right? Like if you go, like imagine you're a poker player, you go to a casino, you're cashing in, and they're like, "Hey, here's 5K in chips," and you're like, "Fuck, I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna play my game loose." You're inspired. I don't know. Like maybe it's just having that love of the game and the inspiration and opportunity to do it just kicks you to a whole nother level, dude. We felt it though. You were crushing us, dude. Oh, it's
um,
great.
I I don't think I feel pressure in MWC finals or even any tournament finals match the same way that other players do. I'm not saying that I'm immune to it, but I don't know. I'm like desensitized to it, I think, compared to almost every other player I can think of. Very desensitized to it. Like, I don't know. I hear so many stories. Everybody tells me how nervous they felt or whatever, and I'm just like, I don't feel really that nervous. To me, it's like, I don't know. You've been in once you've been in so many of these things, yeah, it's just like another day in the office for me, you know. So
When I was younger, I'd feel it for sure. Like the first game, especially, like I get like the shaky hands first game. It's like I just need to freaking play because I know this first, couple minutes this game's gonna be a struggle. But I don't get that anymore. I definitely used to.
Yeah,
gotcha.
no, I can relate to that too. It is kind of like just going through it, It's but I will say, and Asmo, you can probably witness this. When you came in on that last game, and I don't want to foreshadow, get ahead, spoil it too much, but this was probably like the most stressful, like difficult, and it was also 9 games, by the way, finals that I'd ever been in. Like ever.
That's funny.
Whatever. I was shot, dude. Like, and I knew it. Like, I knew that, like, I'm like, there's so much pressure within the team, and like, we're kind of fighting sometimes. And, um, we're trying to like manage the personalities while we're adapting the strats and figure out like how we're going to win. And oof. Yeah, when this one was over, there was not like an exuberance, like, oh my God, I did it. It's like, oh my God, fucking it's over. Like, thank God. But that was just me on this one. Like the other finals, 17, 19, 15, I don't even think that we were underdogs, right? Like we weren't, so it wasn't really any pressure.
Should we get into game one?
Yeah, but real quick though, I just want to make one comment too. Talking about, um, so I actually recorded the 4 games that I played in here, so I'll link it in this video when I post it. But if anybody wants to see like top level myth, I think that those videos recording of me playing is pretty good example of it. Um, and I think it stands up well to a lot of people talk about how other pro gamers would just smash the shit out of mythers if they ever got into it. But I'm not saying like I click as fast or whatever as like top tier pro gamers, but like it's respectable. I think if you look at it, I think it's respectable. I'll just say that. Have you guys seen it at all? The recording that I had.
I have not, but I probably will, check it out for sure because that stuff does fascinate me.
Yeah, I think I've seen parts of it. I think I linked to other people too that are learning the game. I wanted to see them see a perspective of a good player actually clicking, but I don't think I watched them all the way through.
Yeah, well, and the other thing that's I always like to show about the way like recordings of me playing. I have another channel with one-on-ones as well that shows this, but like I have a unique style of controlling my units compared to most mythers, which is I only use 2 presets predominantly to control my units, and almost everything else is through box selecting. So you're gonna see when you see me play, I do lots of very rapid box selecting to control everything, which gives me a very unique play style and fighting style that's a lot harder to predict compared to somebody who's more reliant on presets, right? So you'll see that there's a big Tro engagement. We'll get to it in one of the games, but like you'll see a lot of really good micro and clicking, like dodging mort shots by spreading melee while the mort ball is in midair, shit like that. Like people should get better at that stuff, which requires box select clicking. I just want to emphasize that because I see a lot of people don't. You should be able to dot like it should be really hard for a mortar to get a good hit on you, especially if it's fast melee, which is usually what mortars are on dark maps with fast melee, right? A lot of people are too scared to like push in on morts and stuff. I see all the time because they don't know how to spread their melee properly. Like the mort should have very little chance of really doing any serious damage because they get like 1 or 2 shots before you even close the distance, right? So just stuff like that.
Yeah, dude, to your point, I have literally seen you do that in competitive play and thought to myself, like, I need to figure out a way to do that better.
Yep, that's
'Cause
box selecting. You
yeah.
you get real quick at judging where they aimed. Like by the time the mort ball is halfway at its peak, in the air, you should be able to kind of judge where it's going to land. And all you do is a quick box select, and you hit your B key to spread your units there, and usually they'll spread before the shot lands. So it's a really critical skill. It's even somewhat relevant to like dwarf heroes. If the dwarf has enough, it's kind of harder to do with regular dwarfs because the dwarf doesn't the bottle isn't in the air long enough, right? But with dwarf heroes, it's a long enough range, long enough hang time. You can do it there somewhat too.
Fascinating, dude. I had thought that you had a mouse, like a macro on your mouse or something to toggle to
No
be.
macros, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how you'd
fascinating,
even
dude.
program that, honestly. Like, I guess hit a key and you press somewhere and it like does it for you. I don't know, but I'm sure there's some way of programming that, but it'd be weird. Just box selecting, being real quick with box selecting units to control them in real time in the middle of a fight. Really, really important skill. So, anyway, all right, let's get into these games here. I'll load up game one.
Loading it up.
Yeah, my style of play is like really unique too. Like I was streaming a Mithril Cup match. I think it was 2020, and people are like giving me crap because I wasn't using presets. I was literally using one preset. So I just like click everything. And I've actually like changed that over the years. That I still click at them, but I do use presets more than I used to.
I thought you
I
just did that recently, Asmo. Did you
Yeah,
just...
very recently.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always peg myself as like a myth dullard because I only use 2 presets. Do you ever cycle presets with your mouse wheel? Because that's how I do it. And I've been
Yes,
doing that
but that's the
for
other reason
years.
why I do 2 presets is because the other nice thing is when you cycle presets with 2 presets, it can just alternate back and forth. You
Back
don't
and
have to like
forth.
cycle multiple times. It's always one cycle to get to the next preset that you want, right? So
And
that's
it doesn't change your camera angle like the F key.
right. Yeah, exactly.
That's my exact reasoning for the too. I
That's
just
why I
do
like
the
2
same thing.
presets. Most people use like 4, but that again, now you can't cycle very effectively anymore. 2 presets is like golden.
That's what I've landed on for quite. It's fascinating to hear that. At least I know I'm on the right track. So this is fascinating. I'm just looking at the trades real quick. We're in game 1. This is creep, and we figured that you guys were going to do a thrall heavy light bow push, like an anvil, if you will, somewhere, and then maybe a hammer somewhere else, and try to get some flag pressure with that big thrall pack. We've seen that you guys do that, and I'm looking at my notes, and that's what I was thinking here.
Okay, so did you guys have an idea of what we were gonna do? Did we do it before, like earlier in the tournament or something, or what?
So Shadow attempted it in the QR, right? He
Oh,
was
that's
doing some
right.
stuff like
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
and the way he executed it, nothing against him, it just wasn't working. Like we were
Yeah, I think we
basically
screwed up the
running around
thrall
him.
in the middle water or something like that. Yeah.
I think it's the path and the route, and the unit set, of course. But yeah, definitely looking at the trades, you guys have a lot more thrall, and much fewer dwarves. We've got 3 dwarves. You've got 1. We might actually have a few more bows, but not many. Full
Yes.
gall pack.
So Asmo, the archer thrall dwarf goal pack strategy, like this game right here is like the inception of that. Technically, I guess it was attempted maybe once earlier in the tournament, but like it wasn't executed well, and so like it doesn't really fully count. Like here it was actually, and obviously me being in the game helps the execution as well.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I can tell that's what you guys are gonna try for sure.
yeah. Like this is where we like really that strategy kind of got fully ironed out was in this very game. So yeah, so like it's flag rally. You got okay. I mean, you didn't go too heavy. You got a respectable amount of archers here. Like it's only 8. That's the only Rat. The only thing we always mentioned. I don't know if you watch the other podcasts that we always notice that you go really small archer squads. Like here it's at least 4 archers. Before we were seeing 3 archers on your archer squads, and most of us didn't like that. But
it may have been. There were times when I was kind of coming up playing with, cobbling teams together that didn't quite have as much talent as later years. I would sometimes favor those 3 bow sets because, sometimes the players just couldn't really adapt and handle to more than that. But yeah, it's funny how things change over time in my own perceptions. But yeah, definitely, you're not going to see any 3 bow sets in this finals. That's for sure.
Yeah, 4 is better than 3 for sure. I personally, my minimum is 5. I always do 5 or 6. 7 is too much. 4 is too little for me. That's how I always roll. But only 8 archers. I like seeing that. So I think you recognize because it's flag rally, you shouldn't go too heavy on the archers. The only thing I might critique a little bit more is 4 dwarfs seems a little heavy. I think it's going to be hard to guard all those dwarfs or to make them very effective. What did we do? We got 1, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1 dwarf for us. Okay. So normally the way I look at dwarfs is they need to have archer protection with them. So you got 2 archer squads, that should justify 2 dwarfs. That's how I would think about this if I was approaching this with the trade that you have here. So
it's
because
fascinating.
Think about how hard it is to keep a dwarf alive on a traditional light unit set without archer protection. Really, really hard. The goals can just get up in their face and get a push shot off so easily, right? So that's the reasoning behind it.
I think that it doesn't say this anywhere in the notes, and I don't remember, but I think that we went more dwarves because we knew there was going to be some thrall.
A lot of thrall.
Massive.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
So it's like we were, it's like maybe the dog chasing its tail there, but yeah.
Usually, one dwarf can clean up like an entire massive thrall squad. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really, 2 dwarfs on a big thrall is not really, the dwarf can just kite the thrall anyway. So usually 1 dwarf's all you need because it forces all the thrall to spread out, and then the melee can hack it to pieces from there. So
love it. All right, gentlemen, I'm paused at 1. Ready when y'all are.
You ready, Asmo?
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
One thing I'd like to add is once both teams notice the difference in trades, like if you're a player modern day, like if you're on Ratking squad, you have 4 doors, they have a ton of thrall, you have to be thinking, okay, the way we win this game is to keep our doors alive so the doors can tee off on the thrall. How do we do that? You don't use your pus offensively unless if it's like a money shot. In a rat situation, most of those pus you want to use as counter pus. Take out their pus so those doors can be free without the threat of the pus getting pussed.
That's a good point. Yep.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Like adapt to the strategy.
Defensive pus,
Flag
always counter
captured.
pussing. Yeah, try and keep your dwarfs alive.
And what we tried to do here was have like somewhat of a traditional middle bows and archers, but then we delayed a war pack. At least it was supposed to be delayed. But you weren't going to see it until your bows were crossing middle. Of course, we didn't know you didn't have any. Probably going middle.
So which war pack is that? The east one?
That's Paris. So he's middle there. He really
Flag
shouldn't be as
captured.
aggressive as he is. The strat was to delay and wait. But
in general, I don't like delay. I've done those strategies myself as well. In general, I don't like doing that because you got to think the game is a wrestling match, and like that
Flag
fast melee
captured.
pack could be putting forward pressure somewhere else. Like it's too reactionary, in other words, right? You always want to take as aggressive of a posture wrestling for map control. In general, I would say.
makes sense.
Not the biggest
Flag
fan of
captured.
Elsa Split. Like, I understand because you're on the Archer pack, and
Flag
it's like one of the
captured.
first times this ever's been done. But like, in terms of utilizing players to their best abilities, I don't love Professional Killer on a Warrior pack, and he would probably do good on Archer pack if he understood the job. Like
Yeah,
Warriors.
so whenever we do this strat, I always lead the Archer pack. It's too complicated of a role. I'm actually going to disagree with you on this, Asmo, because this is the problem. You put somebody who doesn't understand the role, whoever's on this
captured.
Archer Thrall pack has to understand that they need to maintain. They need to get into the fight ASAP and stay in the fight at all times. So their positioning is like crucial throughout, and you're gonna see me back up and go forward a lot in this game, and I'm always staying right on top of. Like I don't want. In other words, I don't want them to be able to ignore me and just run towards mid and like be able to rush. You know, do something like just ignore. You guys famously did that to us on another map last year, right? Like just if you're able to ignore that archer flank and just push middle and crush that way, then that's the danger. Like that's one of the major counters to it. So I'm making sure that doesn't happen, and PK is not going to understand that. In fact, most players are not going to understand it without special training and experience, right?
Yeah, for sure, understand. I mean, you're doing the right thing. You're pushing up like a lot of players that have that skull right now. They'd be like, "Oh, I see warriors. I'm going to get rushed." They'd be backing
exactly.
up. Right.
You're going to see me. You're going to see me go real aggressive with these archers, even in the face of that war pack. I always tell people this too. Everybody wants to shoot their archers at max range, and this was one of the examples I always pointed to. Like, I'm not backing up with the archers until the warriors are at like half range, because at half range I can hit them like a shotgun blast. I'm like, it's so hard for them to dodge my shots, and I'm just gonna tee up on them and get big damage. So half range is like ideal for my archers. I'm not gonna act too scared until they're about closer than half range, right? So that's how you're gonna see me use these archers here.
I do like what I'm seeing. That Rats team is being all aggressive. At least they're pushing the map on the other front, so they're not just like giving up ground across all the maps. They're actually trying to counter what you guys are doing.
For sure.
We were attempting to, but looking at this, like if I was just a fly on a wall right now, I'd be like, you guys are in serious trouble, white team, because you guys have a great push going on that west side, and middle warriors can keep running. The bows are not effective, and they're matched up pretty well from a melee perspective on the east side.
I mean, Argos definitely doesn't understand what's going on.
He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I was about to say that exact same. And to be fair, this was like the first time this was seen, and like I think a lot of players wouldn't know what to do in this situation. So
that's true. It's flag rally, so he's not just guarding one flag. He thinks
he's like, I guess I give up the flag, but he did take a little bit of damage also. What else was I gonna say? Okay, so I was gonna say I was at this point in time. Spoon has the goal pack. In more recent years, we always like to give that role to Ephemeral, but I always kept telling Spoon throughout this game to get in your guys' backfield, and he just did not know how to do it. I think he was too scared by Gekko shadowing. Okay, we already have VI.
Yeah, we just lost mid and tag. Vasazel mid is about to get gobbled up. He didn't see the thrall going in. Looks like, LSO's pulling out, so he's not going to get rushed.
So we tagged middle, but if we had not tagged middle, I was telling Ars to sink his thrall and go help pinch the middle from the east deep water to push you guys and get that flag too. So that's the other nice thing about this strat, especially on Creep. Creep is probably like one of the best maps for this strat because there's just so many angles you can use those thrall in deep water from both sides. So I really like it from that perspective.
It is definitely very nifty for sure. Looks like some melee action in the west. Ooh, Paris took a big puss. Looks like that was from Monty.
He did get a counter bust a little bit. I noticed that Crun was sent to Crun and Rat and some other players. Like I'm like 4v2'd or 4v3'd right now in the east side, and I recognize it immediately and pull back accordingly. So I never want to take too much pressure. I'm just taking I always want to be taking just the right amount of pressure. So I start backing up if I feel like I'm going to take too much. Yeah. Because Vas is coming with the second archer pack too, so I don't want to engage in a 2v1 archer fight there.
LSO was on the war pack mid. He had two options. He could have go help west, or he could have tried to get that last flag. I do like the call he made to go help west instead of going last flag.
Yeah, because it looks like west is pretty much over at this point.
We have VI. All we need to do is keep our backfield secure at this point, right? So.
Yeah, and we're running west, and percents are not looking good already.
I gotta say, also, our Warpackers, all three of them, did a really great job
5 minutes
engaging
remaining.
defending that west. Really, really solid Warpacking. I guess that was mostly Monty and PK, actually, because LSO didn't arrive until later. I think after the fighting was done. So I backed up so that the East couldn't really get a clean engagement on me. Voss ended up you can tell, like, Rat, your team's pretty confused here, right? Like, they don't know what to do. So, like, Vaz came east, now he's going back mid. Krun really hasn't been able to get a clean engagement on anything yet either.
I do remember some frustration on my part, like especially on this one, giving some orders and not seeing them followed out well enough. On Vaz too, I feel like I was telling him to do specific things, it just wasn't translating into what we needed. Here's those 3 dwarfs middle. Let's see if it has any impact. Nope, here comes the thrall.
Yeah, so here comes the thrall rush mid. Yep. I was a little frustrated. Our pinch here was a little sloppy. It could have been a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, it's definitely not timed up well.
Yeah.
They needed the water pack to be closer in their face to pull out this roll.
I didn't like how the thrall didn't get all the way behind too, and I see that happen a lot with people. Always the big error I see with people controlling those sunken thrall packs is they don't get right behind. You want to like get the complete pinch, go all the way behind them, close the door behind them completely. If you didn't fully get the surround off, closing the door behind them before they could back out of it, then you didn't execute it right. You should have just waited longer or something like that. So Spoon gets a bottle pus, and it was a really bad throw. It was actually lucky.
Yeah, it's a good thing it did.
It's lucky he's done it. But he's been holding that bottle pus the whole game, and he finally came out.
I feel like middle's 1 pus away from disaster.
Yeah, that was a bad it bounced, but yeah, that was a really sloppy. I was telling the guys, you guys need to back out because you already lost the advantage. You don't have a surround. This is where also I think is going to back out if I'm not mistaken.
PK circling north. I mean, he's either going to hit our flag or hit middle.
Starting to push.
Looks like he'll probably get that if he has a pus. He does, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really sloppy mid pinch for us because, like, yeah, you got 2 dwarfs still alive. There was really no good surround there. That was Shad's thrall packing. I've seen him make that mistake a few times too. I think you're about to see ours get in there on the thrall pack. I think it'll be a little bit better of a pinch.
Yeah, I remember this moment. There was like literally nothing we could do. We're down a percent. You guys got VI. The positioning's bad. And yeah.
Shad gets a good pus there, middle. 1 dwarf down, and then Funk's gonna come in from behind. That's a great pus from Funk from behind coming in there. I don't even know how he got that goal back there. Luckily we got both. This is where I say it's hard to defend those dwarfs, right? And so now both dwarfs down. Now we can easily rush. I'm pushing hard on the east now too. We were just kind of going for the finish here because we could. So. Oh yeah, PK. I remember PK made a really aggressive play trying to go for you guys' last flag, and I told him too. I was like, dude, you don't need to go for it. Just hang out there, wait for me to come. I think he should have waited, but he ended up playing it real aggressive, and he ate 3 pus and got picked off before I even got there. So
he could have crushed middle too. You guys had VI already.
Yeah, he had another minute of time. He didn't need to go in right away. You gotta play that clock a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think pushing the flag is fine, but not committing to it, right?
Not committing, yeah, exactly.
Pull the whole army back,
just get you guys pinned. Like, if he's hanging out there, he's achieved enough by just forcing you guys to stay on the flag, and he's effectively pinned you. That's all he needed to do. He didn't need to engage anything.
I think Argos needs to commit to this rush here.
Argos, I think, had a really frustrating game as well because he's just getting picked by arrows, basically by me the whole game.
You know, conversely, in another universe, if the West melee had ended in our advantage, I think it's a much different game. But
for sure,
you guys had some great pus drop.
That was the
packs.
biggest way you guys could have kept in the game. We do keep enough thrall, like 3 or 4 thrall on the 2 flags that we want to defend. That should give enough of an advantage to. Oh, jeez, That's a funny dwarf shot at the end into his thrall.
Ouch, yeah. Insult to injury.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Rat. We do keep a few extra thralls so that if they need a little bit more of an advantage, they're supposed to back up to the thrall and use them to get a little bit more of an advantage.
Which is definitely an unsung advantage of having more
Flag
thrall.
captured.
I feel like in a lot of Myth World Cup settings over the years, if players are,
Game
over.
over.
They see the trade and they see all the thrall, they start complaining. But, I mean, they don't realize what you just said. Like, that's actually excellent flag defense. And
Yeah, you don't need. I see a lot of very heavy flag defenses. 3 or 4 thrall is enough. It really is. And you don't need like 6 thrall and a dwarf. Like, no, just do the 6 thrall. The dwarf is almost adding no. It's just an easy target. The pus is gonna pick it off. So, yeah, you always want light flag D because you want your defense to be very lean, so that the rest of your kind of offense is very flexible. And so, yeah, just to re-articulate kind of what we all saw in this game. Our defense was just the warriors, right? All our warrior packs were roaming between middle and the northwest. That is our D. Like, if you guys had pushed mid, then our warriors kind of like let you guys cross, and we were gonna just get thrall behind you because we got thrall sunk on both sides, right? And then just pinch from behind. So that's why it's basically impossible to really cross middle. The bigger play to make is cross northwest, but again, we're just going to shadow war packs with you, and we'll have a few extra thrall on flag D if we need it. It's hard unless our war packs really fuck up the melee and pus engagement there badly. That's like the only thing you can kind of do, but it's hard to like rely on that, right, consistently. So
100%. I think the way that this was, positioned, I don't want to say we were dead on arrival, but not too far from that. That was a good strat.
Yeah, this is like textbook execution. Other than that sloppy thrall rush middle, otherwise it's pretty textbook execution of this strategy. And this was like the first big time that we saw it. So yeah, I really enjoyed watching this film. Yeah, it's great to see.
Monty on the war packs crushed
Monty
it.
did a great job. Yeah, Monty did great job. Yeah. All right, let's kick off this next film here.
Game 2.
Okay, I think I remember this game too.
Oh, I remember this one. If I'm remembering correctly, we went heavy mid, and I'm like, dude, we are about as heavy mid as anyone's gonna be, and I think you guys went heavier than we did.
Yeah, it's basically all mid. It's a gut punch jugger all mid, because getting control of that mid hill is everything for this game, right? Like,
It's so many flags there too, concentrated.
and it's mid control, and it's the only high ground, and this map is really small, so like you can control the map big time from that mid. So yeah, this is King of the Map falls into like 3 different patterns, and one of the patterns is like all middle, and you don't do anything else until you have control of middle. Like once you have control of middle, then you can spread out. So that's kind of what this one is.
Looks like we did more souls, and you guys got more stigs.
Yeah, so again, the reason for that is because, and you're going to see what we do with that, is we want to do a stig fetch push middle to really guarantee control of middle. And like, we're fine if you guys end up getting more souls, because at least our souls will have the high ground, right?
Yeah, especially if you get that initial push off. But man, I mean, we must have sent somewhere between 75 and 80%, I'm pretty sure, towards middle. And I thought, man, I thought I was gambling with the ratio being too far swayed to middle, which, God,
it's flag rally, it's King of the Map, not flag rally, right? So like you can afford to temporarily give up the flanks, right, just for a little while, and it won't be that big of a, like, think about it. You can just tag, just send taggers on the flanks, and that's going to be enough to keep the time close, even if you don't send anything else on those flanks. You know what I mean? For at least a few minutes. So.
And I think that's what you guys did, essentially, was send some spids, couple stigs, and then the warlocks on the flanks, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We did something like that, but it was we committed a little bit more on the flanks, obviously.
Let me speed up.
Yeah, let me get. Oh shit! I just started. Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, I think the trades are like that was the key difference, right? You guys got more souls, we got more stigs. Is it the goals the similar?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other thing is you guys got a lot more goals than us, and I think the thinking behind that is like with fetch and locks and even spiders, it's just like hard for fetch are usually pretty good at defending against pus. Yeah, it does take two hits to kill the pus skull, but it's usually pretty hard for a pus skull to get any effective hits off the on the fetch, and that's about like fetch and locks are the only good targets for them, right? So that was kind of the thinking behind that.
I will say I do like Ratking splits with his units this game. I don't think I'd split that any different. Really good split.
Yeah, Harrison Kroon on fetch. Yep, I like that a lot. Actually, Captain on fetch would have been an interesting idea too. Captain is pretty good at fetch.
He's definitely very good.
So
at fetch.
that was another possibility, but yeah, this is still fine too. I agree.
And think about it, Gekko and Thal on 2 soul packs, and we were hoping to dominate.
Yeah.
You know, the middle has those 4 little risen areas in the corner. We're hoping to like dominate 2 sides and they continue to push, but we'll see how that plays out.
I like the double locks too to one player so they can stagger shots and try to cause damage to the fetch.
I agree.
Block every time.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's good too. Did we wait? What? Okay, never mind. Okay, you guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
I'm curious to see.
One white.
Yeah, only healed 1. Wow.
And you guys, yeah, because we only have 2 pus skulls. I assume you guys
Flag
would heal
captured.
4 or 5.
I think we healed quite a few.
Flag
For the
captured.
people watching that don't know this
Flag
map, all those
captured.
whites are default, which is why both teams have so many whites.
Good point. Untradeable. That is correct. And you can just see on the KOTET side, like the units pouring in the middle. And I think, you know,
Flag
we are too, but
captured.
there's far more.
Flag
Like,
captured.
look at KillerKing. Pretty big percentage heading off on the flank there. And that just looks like folly
Flag
at this point.
captured.
Yeah, Ellis and I
Flag
have the
captured.
fetch stake
Flag
squads, the really
captured.
key squads, and the reason for that is like we know how crucial it is to set up this push middle to get
Flag
control of it.
captured.
So we're going to be
Flag
fully
captured.
dedicated to that. There was a little bit
Flag
of a confusion
captured.
here. Actually, you're going to see
Flag
me. I think
captured.
set up middle like right
Flag
away,
captured.
and I also got a little distracted off to the side because I think he was worried about what some of our lockers were doing on the north side, and I was like telling him, I was like, we need to do this rush right now because we're about to give up the middle.
Flag
so you'll see that,
lost.
I think, here in a little bit.
Flag
There was
captured.
definitely a critical moment
Flag
where you guys
contested.
pulled that synergy
Flag
off really well.
lost.
Yeah, like
Sure.
right now, this is how Elso's going off to the side. Like I want him middle, right where I'm at right now. We
His
should have.
stick should be up right now.
Yeah, I was hollering at him like this is like super crucial. Like
Flag
he needs to get
contested.
in there right now.
Flag
Like
captured.
you guys are about to push me out of the middle.
Flag
Like I was
captured.
not. That was gonna
Flag
screw everything
contested.
Yeah,
up. And he
I
backs up
was,
again. I don't know why he's doing. I was like, he was acting so scared with his stake squad. I don't know why.
and he's
Pretty
getting
smart
that
about this.
bottleneck too.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted him out of that bottleneck, but he finally got it. It's all good. Now we're going in. So I had to kind of like kick everybody. Like, hey, stop being so scared. Everybody go in. We're going in right now.
Oh, Gekko took a couple big shots early.
Oh
That was
yeah.
tough. Yeah, our souls are getting annihilated.
Your fetch do survive. Ooh, your spid pack got picked off too. Your fetch do survive. Well, okay, one of them just got picked off. Oh, and then you're gonna see Kroon almost picked off LSO's fetch here. I ended up zapping him, but also
Flag captured.
All right. So anyway, that was really good for us. Like, it's almost game over right now
Flag.
already. Right?
Percents are pretty bad.
25%
Yeah.
almost. Yeah. So and we have mid control.
Something interesting about this map is like it always turns out this way. It's like one team wins massively, like instantly.
Yeah. That's
But when
good
you
point.
look at the map with all the flags, you think, oh look, like all this little tactical stuff going across the map.
Flag
But nope,
lost.
all mid.
Yep.
game's decided in the first 3 minutes.
Flag contested.
Well, Rack and Ruin can be like that too sometimes.
Yeah.
So at this point, yeah, you guys are up on time
Flag
a little bit and flags, but we're content. I'm now breaking off to the south. I left LSO to maintain control of the middle.
Yeah, like to win, we need a huge lucky break, maybe a
Flag
critical white,
captured.
something like that. But otherwise, we're
Flag
in pretty deep
lost.
shit at this point.
Flag lost.
It'd be interesting to make
Flag
that to
lost.
snap and almost
Flag
completely
captured.
remove mid and force the fights to the
Flag
outsides.
lost.
And I have to say, like the souls on our end, I just don't think they were. The whole setup was
Flag
bad.
I'm
lost.
about to get whited in the south.
Flag lost. Flag
That's
contested.
Argos' white. Picked off 2 fetch. So yeah, this was a big, that right there was a big misunderstanding. I expected our south flank to keep that south water clear. Like they should have been able to, I think. They should have at least been able to scout the white and call it out. And so that was a bit of a miss on our south flank. That's why I was not expecting any white there. I also
Flag
forgot that
lost.
that's the near side for you guys. Like it's quicker for the white to get there. But still, that white can't sink without us being able to at least spot it, right?
Flag
so,
lost.
Yeah.
That was. I was a little.
Flag
I was like,
captured.
I wish our south guys covered that like they should have.
Yeah, if we can get some, decent shots in with the locks and get
Flag
lucky on a fetch or
captured.
two, but otherwise,
Flag
still looking
contested.
pretty bad.
Flag lost. Flag contested.
You guys do regain control of mid temporarily later in the game. I was actually shocked when it happened. I was like, "What? We lost control of mid? How the hell does
Flag
that
contested.
happen?" Like, yeah, I think it was
Flag
right here.
captured.
But that also was already over.
Flag
He's like, "Yeah,
contested.
just hang on. I'm about to rush them." So
Yeah, they maybe should have converged on LSO. The
Flag
5 fetch total.
contested.
ours is getting picked off too easily by Harrison fetch here. I feel like he's
Flag time's getting pretty bad too.
So Paris and Kroon are kind of bottled up in their awkward choke.
Flag
I
contested.
think we were trying to set up a pinch right there. They
Flag
backed out of it.
lost. Flag lost. Flag contested.
Spoon and Shad. Oh, a white's
Flag
about to go down in the
contested.
north. Oh,
Flag
3 stakes go down.
lost.
Oh, no, they did survive. Wow.
Flag contested.
Popped that white maybe a little bit too soon. Oh,
Nice lock
Shad
shot.
loses his
Contested.
lock to KillerKing. Yeah, that was a good shot. That definitely should not have let that happen.
Percents are actually somewhat close now, somehow.
Yeah.
Flag captured.
Surprised.
KillerKing doing work in the north. Good shots by KillerKing there.
Surprised they also didn't commit to rushing those fetch mid.
Flag
Oh,
contested.
30
Monty's
seconds
weight
ago.
south is
Flag
about
contested.
to potentially hit.
Flag captured.
I'm
maybe
fine
not.
with LSO's
Flag
call.
contested.
Like we are in firm
Flag
control of the
captured.
game. I see what you
5
mean.
minutes.
As but it really doesn't matter so much
Flag
either way,
lost.
right?
Flag captured.
Oh wow, why doesn't Monty go for the white?
Oh,
Flag
looks
lost.
like we whited 2 locks. KillerKing's 2 locks got whited in the north. I didn't see it
Flag
fully happen,
captured.
but man, I'm surprised how effective
contested.
the whites were on this map all around. Like, people did not do a good job of scouting and clearing whites. I feel they really shouldn't be that effective, you know? Like, I don't know. Kroon and I are
Flag
having a bit of a
lost.
standoff here. I think I'm about
Flag
to rush him
captured.
a little bit.
Flag contested.
I'm trying to coordinate some other
Flag
help
captured.
to help me pinch
Flag
him.
lost.
I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
why. Look how far back Paris is with his fetch.
Yeah.
Where's it at?
Flag contested.
He's almost back to our start.
Ah, I see. Yeah.
Flag
I
captured.
don't know what he's doing. No idea.
trying to get Monty to help me fight Cruniac.
Flag lost. Flag
Guys locked in
lost.
position.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
Yeah, he shot a little too soon.
Flag
I really wish he
captured.
had waited.
Flag
closer before he shot that
Flag
shot.
captured. Flag lost.
I'm rushing Crune.
Flag lost. Flag captured.
Really nice defense.
Cruniac
Flag
plays that
captured.
really well, but I hear it too, Monty. You
Flag
need to
contested.
coordinate those lock shots when the
Flag
stakes are in their face.
Yeah, if we had gotten a much better pinch off, we could have been more effective there. But yeah, Crune did play it really well too.
Flag
Still
contested.
got a little bit of help here. Funk's
Flag
behind, Ars is
captured.
behind. I think Ars bailed. Yeah.
And percents are close,
Flag
but time
lost.
is way away from us in flags.
Flag contested. Flag captured.
I think I'm calling
Flag
for
contested.
Funk's plus.
Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag
The
captured.
game's pretty much it's over.
Flag
Right?
lost. Flag captured. Flag contested.
Oh, this is where I was asking for Monty to white
Flag
Crune.
contested.
He did it too
Flag lost.
too soon or something. Or no,
Flag
it's a lock.
lost.
Right.
Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag lost.
I feel like a
Now
lot
Paris
of
is re-engaging finally.
Flag
Those three
contested.
fetch sitting out for
Flag
too long, I think.
captured. Flag
I
lost.
feel like a lot of people don't
Flag
know how to use
captured.
locks effectively
Flag
against fetch.
Flag
Someone's got to wait for the fetch
Flag
to shoot
lost.
at something else first,
Flag
right
lost.
before shooting.
Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag lost.
You
Flag
basically want to
contested.
overwhelm the fetch
Flag
when they have
captured.
too many things to go shoot at all.
Flag captured. Flag
Ooh, he's about to eat
contested.
that shot too.
Flag captured.
One down.
Flag lost. Flag contested.
Well,
Flag
it ended up being an
lost.
entertaining game, and it could have been a blowout.
Contested.
Rest team fought back pretty
Flag
well.
lost.
BC
Flag
wise,
Yeah.
yeah, the time, you know,
Flag
didn't
contested.
really wasn't that close. But,
And it
Flag
goes to show you that
captured.
middle control is so key because time-wise, you would
Flag
think, middle of the game would be pretty decent because
Flag
we had more on the
lost.
flanks, right? More tagged.
Flag
But
contested.
doesn't make any difference when you lose
Flag
one.
captured. 1 minute remaining.
Harry's trying to keep his fetch alive. Scoots are on the thrall.
Flag lost. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. 30 seconds remaining. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured.
And that
Flag
one's in the box.
lost. Flag contested. Flag contested.
I think LSO and GKG just had excellent games. 20 plus kills apiece.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we had the important squad, so I mean, we should. I mean, you look at your guys' Paris and Crune. Like Crune put up some good numbers too. Paris stayed alive. Like he doesn't have as much damage, but he did stay alive, like pretty much to the very end there. So
Yeah, and he did kill a lot of stuff too. I mean, look, he's tied
yeah,
for
15
first.
kills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Our souls, like that poor Thal and Gekko, I think, the way that everything's set up did not favor them at all.
I felt like the fighting on the sides was kind of sloppy. I feel like both fetchers on both teams did really good jobs, and then like the lock fighting on the sides, and even some of the soul fighting was a little sloppy. I think for both teams. There's like the whites should not be that effective on the flanks. I don't know. Like people gotta, as soon as you see the white, you should tag it if you can. Like if it's pretty close to your side of the map, you should be able to tag it with locks pretty easily and keep those waters clear. They really shouldn't be able to get in that much, and also good like proper scouting to make sure they stay as far back as possible. But yeah, anyway,
100%. Yeah,
that's
there's so many whites on that one though. It's tough.
yeah. So this one, oh, is this CTF? Yeah. Okay. So I think oh, we're doing the same strat. So yeah, interesting. Like in 2011 with the Bulls, my strat on this was no archers, and then with the recent advent of that kind of archer thrall push that we did on creep, I started realizing I think that's the better strat to actually do on this. And so this is you're going to see us basically do the same creep strat, but on Lycan CTF, which is kind of a new use case for it. So
This isn't traditional Lycan too, though, so there's a lot more units.
oh, maybe that's why. That's right. This is the 2020 version. Okay, maybe that's why we do it. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Good. Thank you for pointing that out. It's not just. It's more to do with that. I don't think on traditional Lycan would you probably. I know. I'd have to look at it again, but it's probably, you're right. It's probably just too few units to be able to do it. So.
Yeah, traditional Lycan, it's super light on units, man. I do like this, modified version. So in this one, we knew that you guys were going to try to do something like that. We didn't know what it would look like. So we kind of focused on somewhat of a traditional strat, but then staying mobile too.
Trades are pretty similar.
Very similar trades. Yep.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Let me speed up real quick.
Speeding up too. Just watching Kroon's shit talking in chat.
He's always good for that too, man.
Yeah.
I'm ready when y'all are.
Hang on. I'm getting there. Okay, I'm there. 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
So we got Shad on a gold pack for us. Ars, Spoon, and Monty on war packs. Spoon really struggles with melee packs. It's not normally a role we typically like to give him. He excels a lot better with RD units. It's something that he could work on over time, but I'm not. We'll have to see what he does with that war pack. I don't think we fully recognized it. That was a bad role for him at this point in time.
I don't think I've ever seen LSO in general, so I'm interested to see how it does with it.
So, yeah, LSO and I went back and forth. I was like, do you want to gen or should I gen? Like, it was like, we were really back and forth on it because I wanted LSO to, like, practice with it a little bit if he was going to do it. I think he can do fine with it, but you'll see there was some issues with that later on.
We've got
Rat's got the
Cruniac
gold
on
pack. Yeah, Rat, you do a really good job with your gold packs. I like your gold packing a lot. You seem to like to do that with your when you're capping. I noticed.
It helps, man. For so many reasons. Like if you need to move quickly to shore up a weak point or pull off a pinch.
Yeah, those
definitely
fast
helps.
roaming melee packs are nice for the captain's role because it keeps your awareness of the map pretty good, right? So.
Yeah, and if you need to look around, you can disengage real quick, relatively safely. Take a peek around and call out some orders.
So yeah, this is similar to the creep. We're just trying to, like, all our warriors and Jen, some dwarfs are just trying to hold and defend middle while just to buy time. It's harder to get the flank around on this one, right? Compared to creep, it takes longer. So there's a bigger disparity there, like. And we were hoping to be able to get enough time to do that. But yeah, you're seeing I'm leading the archer thrall flank again, and we're just I'm trying to get there. I know that I need to haul ass because I know that this map is bigger for me to get around than Creep. So like I'm really trying to haul ass as much as I can.
Yep, and I spot you there, and I'm like, there it is. There's the noose that will tighten.
Yeah, right. And you see how not scared I am with my archers. Like I let your goals get pretty close to my archers, like because they're like I'm trying to get guaranteed hits. You know, if you get close enough. So I also want to almost bait you in to try and go for it.
Yeah, those dwarves too were definitely like, I'm not gonna take a shot there yet.
I definitely want to go back and hear the comms on this one if it's still around, because I want to see how Rat's team's reacting once they see that south bush, like what they're talking about.
We were definitely, if you look north, we're trying to break through there. That was our counter.
You guys are doing a good job pushing middle like right away. You're not.
Oof.
Did you guys
Crit.
did you guys recognize that you needed to like be aggressive elsewhere right away?
100%. Yeah. We. I mean, look, it's CTF. Like we know we're all trying to pin each other.
You guys know from the creep game that flank is just going to keep coming around. Like it's like a timer. You got to do something before it gets there, right? So.
And there's nothing other than me, right? So
right,
really,
yeah, exactly.
There's some Warpack Geckos coming in, but that's not going to be enough, right? That's
right. Yeah, you guys are doing, like, I can tell you guys have a much more aggressive posture middle, and like, yeah, Paris is going in. You guys are, and I was telling LSO, I went over this with him. I was like, you need to recognize that they're probably gonna push you, and oh, that's a good shot by LSO. Oh man!
Oh,
did it hit water? Is that what happened?
No, it went out right before it did.
He still gets the shot.
Still got it.
Oh my god, that was epic! Holy shit! So like right now, that was like we're looking great, but I was telling LSO, like, you need to get the fuck out of there. He's too tunneled and he's getting surrounded by Gekko. Gekko's making a great play here, getting behind him.
100%.
Ours is in a really awkward spot. There. Ours needs to spread those dwarfs out and get out of there. They're in this valley. Like they also retreated the wrong way. They should have retreated so that they'd be on the high ground side of that hill, you know, so they'd access that
Monty.
ramp.
I definitely like what Gekko's doing. I hope the rest of his team keeps on trying to pull up on that and not just abandon Gekko, because Gekko's making the right move.
Absolutely, Gekko's got great position here.
He could be pinched himself too. That Gull Pack's there.
Well, I don't like how the rest of his team north is getting distracted by the war packs. They should have been trying to follow up the river.
Yep.
And now we know that your anvil is definitely getting close to home at this point. Like it's
right here is where you're going to see an issue with the genning. So LSO's gen is down. Gekko's trying to pick it off, and our gen goes down. I was screaming at LSO when that happened right there to heal the general. Like I don't know if he does have the J-Man. Like because the general. Even though he's pus, you can just double heal him. His health bar is big enough, the heal is not going to get stunned, right? And he just needed to double heal there. He was trying to wait for him to get unpus before healing, but he really needed to just heal. That's a great pick off by Gekko.
For sure.
That bottle pus was a little ineffective there by Shad. It was close. See, this was really bad. Actually, that's a really bad bottle pus. That general should be dead. There's no reason that general should be still alive right now. He had enough goals there and enough bottle pus. If he had just committed to it fully, that general would be dead right now.
The thing is, even with the bad bottle pussing there, even if he just clicked all his units on it, still would have died.
I know, absolutely. Like that was a really bad job by Shad right there. That general should be dead, 100%.
Yeah, and it's going to cost later for sure.
Yes, 100%. Yep.
So on looks like I'm actually rushing you in Funk.
Yeah,
I know my team's closing in.
Funk really needed to defend that dwarf better too. There's no reason for that. I think he does. Okay, good. Because there's no reason that dwarf should die to those goals. Yeah, I was telling Funk he needs to get out front. Okay, your goals got trapped. Yeah. So we cleaned up our side here, but like our middle just collapsed as soon as LSO's general went down. Like our mid just collapsed so fast. It was like lightning quick. Actually, if we're way up on percent, if here's the other thing, we made a huge mistake here. If we could have just exited our flag without getting flagged, and just without taking damage, we would have been way up on percent. You guys are getting great damage though. Crun is doing a great job with Jen. He's getting some great shots there. Why are our war packs so clumped up? My God, they need to spread out.
Nice dud puss. Oof.
We're taking way too much damage on this flag. Like, we're about to contest your guys' flag, and as soon as we get the contest,
Flag
you guys could have walked off.
Captain, good positioning on his dwarf there. Working around the tree.
Yep. We need to walk off the flag at this point. We've already contested. Just walk off. I don't know why we're committing to this flag.
Captured.
Is there a lack of communication here or something? Because I agree, once you were in contest range, everyone should just book that north.
Yeah, just push out of that north, exactly.
Lost.
Oh, those satchels, I think, are going to get blown here, too. Why is everybody not dropping satchels? I don't know why our team didn't drop satchels either. Look at that, look at that. They just ate, oh my God, that's so sloppy.
Oof.
I don't know why we didn't drop satchels there.
Yeah, here's the tie. That's it, right?
So now the percentages are even. Like, just only because we took massive damage on that flag. That should not have happened at all.
But you know what's tough is that slow thrall push, it's not going to make it back in time, right? I mean, even with 5 minutes, you probably won't make it.
Yeah, it ended up being real close, but yeah. I needed to go through mid. I think I may have flanked around too much or something. I don't know, but.
I think the biggest thing right now is one team has a general, the other one doesn't.
Yeah. And Crun's doing a great job with that dwarf in general. Really great job. His fire is real accurate.
Five.
Man,
He
that
did
was
have
so
a
sloppy on our
dwarf
part.
Explode earlier in the game.
Right, yeah. I also got that early kickoff middle. That was
Why is
really.
Harrison fighting Thrall right now when he has those?
I think he wants. Yeah, he doesn't need to. You're right. Like the dwarf and the archers could have cleaned that up. He took too much damage for sure.
I guess he's just like trying to speed it up. I don't know.
Yeah, right. That's the only possible thought I would have as well. Yeah, I mean, I would think it takes 5 minutes for the Thrall to cross on this map, so it was gonna be real close. But I think I was like 20 or 30 seconds out of range or something. You guys were really close too to contesting ours as well, I think.
Oh, is this gonna end in a tie?
Yep, it's gonna end in a tie. Yep. What did you think? Did you think you guys were gonna win it?
I did not think we were going to make it in time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I had a so your guys' archers slowed me down. That's
I thought
why.
Pearson's Warrior Pack would be able to make it, but he's not even going for it. He's going defense right now for some reason.
He definitely could have.
He's going he's like going back and forth. He's not.
The thing is, you needed more than just his war pack. You need a dwarf over there to actually.
Yeah, I know. His war pack couldn't have taken it, but maybe he could have contested until the general got there.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I won't be able to. Unfortunately, like. Yeah, dealing with those archers, it just took me too long to try and push them back and make forward progress.
This is like one of the only scenarios where archers with absolutely no melee support actually is like work.
Yeah.
Here, you know?
That's such a good.
They got
point.
a little bit. They got a warrior J-man, right?
That's so funny, yo. You almost raise a good point, Asmo. Actually, no, it's because we don't have the gold pack. See, if we had the gold pack, that wouldn't work. Like, we normally have the gold pack with that flank. I was about to say, like, is that a viable defense?
Is that the counter?
Yeah, is that the counter? But I was like, no, normally it has a gold pack, so that doesn't work, yeah. But if you didn't do a gold pack, that's actually how you would defend that, exactly. Yeah, you just, like, hey, throw all your archers at it. The Thrall and the Dwarf can't do shit.
So Spoon and Monty had a pretty clutch opportunity to heal up. That was nice.
Oh, up at the north?
Yeah. At Temple. I think that helped a lot.
No, if Rat's team doesn't win this game, there's no way, right? I would
We
still
do not
look at
win.
this and you guys are this.
Yeah.
Huh.
You thought those dwarfs would get to the flag in time? I think it was real close, but
I thought the contest would be able to allow it.
we have enough warriors to kind of push off the contest, I think. So
You got quite a bit of thrall on your flag too.
yeah, there's a lot of thrall there. Yeah, exactly. Hard to contest with so many thrall, and still a lot of warriors too. It's like Shad had something on that goal. It's probably a small plus, I would imagine. He's going for the dwarf.
I don't know. I think they're trying to defend these doors too much. I think the dwarves should just be pushing through the flag and let the dwarves do their own thing with the general defending. Yeah, they got time to.
It's
That's
close.
probably
A
not
minute
the
still. Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna have time to. Oh, does he pick off a dwarf?
Oh man, I hope
1
not.
minute remaining.
Oh,
Too much.
maybe because the warriors are falling up. Yeah, he's gonna lose it.
Punk is being too aggressive with his dwarf in the south. 40 seconds. Yeah, you guys are like on our flag. I'm surprised. Yeah, I am starting to agree with you, Asmo. I don't know why they were not able to take the flag. Is Captain take it? Is he backing up too much with the
30
dwarf or
seconds
something?
remaining.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes how short the time is. I mean,
Throwing it right now. What's he doing?
Crune
I
just,
know.
Crune just took warriors. He just took those warriors. I don't know if that's Captain's warriors or what.
Captain hasn't thrown it. He could have thrown like 3 times by now. There you go.
Yeah, and he
That was
just
pretty
it was
tough.
a bad throw right there too.
yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of a bad play by
big
Captain. Yeah, Captain misplayed this with the dwarf, big time.
Game over.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah.
Now, what would have happened on the other side? Would we have taken your flag too? Probably.
Yeah, no, I think you guys definitely would have.
Yeah.
If you kept that dwarf alive, I mean, it's no doubt.
Dwarf is still
Yeah.
alive. It's one hit though.
It probably would have been a tie. True.
We probably would have
forgot
swapped
about
flags
that.
again. Is probably what would have happened, right?
Yeah.
There'd been
Yeah.
another swap.
Well, I
Yeah.
feel like we definitely should have won that. Like,
I mean,
We
we
should have
could have.
closed.
If Eliso didn't lose his general like that, that was so clutch. And it really, all he had to do was double heal it. Like, it's just a double heal. Just keep it alive. So
and we lost 3 dwarves in like 30 seconds at one
actually,
point.
hang on. Did he have heals? How many whites were healed on this? 4. Yeah, he had 2 heals. Yeah, he had 2 heals. So he could have double healed it. Yeah. All right. Well, it was interesting. I mean, you can see you guys are adapting to this map isn't as favorable. Oh my God, Paris had a pus there at the end. Did you see that? He still had a big bus too. Damn. Okay. So yeah, you guys are like Lichen is not as favorable for that strat, obviously, but I still think it's viable. Like if our mid could have held, it would have been fine, I think. And also, if our mid just didn't take a bunch of damage on our flag, that also was another crucial ingredient. But I do see that you guys are starting to like see it coming and adapt to it a little bit there in that game, which is cool to see. Definitely more aggressive play on the other sides there.
I think an interesting concept to counter it is to almost, mirror what you're doing. And it would be interesting to see those 2 flanks collide. That would be fun. Well, I know at this point in the game, like in the match, we are like, it's the pressure's starting to kick in now for sure.
Oh yeah, what's the score now? 2-1 or 2-0-1, I guess. Yeah, because it's a tie. Yeah.
So
Yeah. All right.
So you guys had an interesting strat here with the 3-way tro split. It did cause some problems for our team for a little while there. I thought about the 3-way tro split. I opted not to do it for this. I mean, it's certainly viable. You guys had us pinned on our side of the map for sure. The danger, of course, is always like how do you hold the pin, because one of the advantages of being pinned is that you can push out in any direction a lot more, commit a lot bigger force in any given direction to overwhelm one side. compared to like when you see you guys kind of surround us on three sides in this game. So that's kind of the trade-off there. And with Tro and Merc, you know, it's a very big, fast push that you can do. So
yeah, we went a lot more already heavy for sure, and you guys definitely have. You know, look at the malls you guys have. That it's a significant difference.
Yeah. So for the way I thought about this was, you always think about like, okay, however many times you're going to split the Tro, that's how many like Soul, Mort, and Merc support you need with the Tro, right? So for us, like the reason I didn't do 3-way split is because it would be hard to do. I would have to do 3 Soul squads. I guess you could have 1 Mort on each side. That's not too big of a deal, although ones might not be arguably not enough. But the Souls is the bigger issue. Like I don't want to get 15 Soul. Like if every Soul squad's gonna be at least 5. So here we get, I guess we do get 11, but yeah, 11. That's a good number for two. So it's still not 15. And this trade right here reminds me a lot of Desert Ruins. Are you guys familiar with Desert Ruins map?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like what, the same units plus locks, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, indeed.
Does this map have locks, actually? I'm not sure if it does.
It has locks. Rest team has one
Oh
lock.
yeah, Rest team's got a lock. Okay, so yeah, this is basically Desert Ruins units, and I swear the strat we do on Desert Ruins, which actually Homer taught me this strategy when he used it against us, is you get like 1 or 2 Morts and everything else is Mauls. Like there's no Souls or anything. And I'm trying to remember why I don't do that on this. I think it's because there's so many Soul Hills everywhere. That's why.
100%.
So that's why you still want some Souls on this one. I think that's why you wouldn't do no Souls. But anyway, that's why we opted for the 2-prong. So I only have to do 2 Soul squads. And but you guys did surprise me with the amount of map pressure you're able to put with the three 3-prong with the Tro, which was really interesting. But ultimately, one of those prongs doesn't have like full RD support with it, right? So
yeah, we tried to put like most of the fast moving Tro Mercs on the flanks and kind of push that way, and then just absolutely jam up mid with enough artillery and Souls that nothing can really pass through, and we can control middle, and then.
You definitely got control of middle, and yeah, that definitely created issues. We were getting pinned there pretty good on our side of the map. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. You guys ready to start it?
Ready to roll.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
My mic's gonna be muted for a couple minutes.
All right.
10-4.
So we got Gekko Troing. You don't see that very often. Paris and Kroon. So Paris looks like he was a secondary Trower, at least in Asmo's absence, anyway.
Flag captured.
Yeah, 100%. And
Flag
I mean, Paris, he
captured.
does a good job.
No,
Man.
yeah, I
flag
agree with that call
captured.
for sure. Yeah.
So you guys, you had, okay, I see. So you were tagging middle. Gotcha.
Yeah, I had 1 Tro there. Just
Flag
to tag
captured.
Middle, but apparently your start gets the advantage on that.
Yeah, that seemed like, I feel like competitive maps should always be even, right?
You know, they need to change the mechanic a little bit where it's like there's a certain delay before. It's not just like instant tag. Like it's like you got to control it for 5 or so seconds or whatever. That would allow the maps to be more balanced like that, because the way with the instant tag, it's always one side has like the advantage on that, right? So
100%. Looks like Paris stole a tag south and getting some decent pressure over there, but you've got Kroon kind of bottled up here. But let's see if there's Morts.
I'm wondering if I should rush Kroon right here or not. And I recognize that I should not rush him without Mort support. So already I recognize that, like, I think a lot of players in my position right here would have gone for the rush. But, like, I realize I should not go without Mort support because I need to force his mercs to spread out. So right here I'm actually calling for Ars, who's got a Mort behind me a little bit to bring up his mortar to see if I can rush that north at this point. They're really concerned. They're really concerned about Gekko's Tro and Merc pack, though, and yeah, I mean it's causing a lot of issues. A lot of good harass there from Gekko in our back.
Flag captured.
Yeah, it looks like the other flank almost completely collapsed.
Flag captured.
And we got that back tag. Nice.
Yeah.
I was surprised that ours didn't come up quicker to help you. Looks like you did have to call for it, because he was camped on that
He was
flag.
really worried about Gekko. That was the thing. I actually had to correct ours on a few things this game because he was just he was really defensive minded, and which is good. Like he's definitely never one to like give up an easy tag, which is good. But this was just like a really tough situation for us. I was trying to trap Gekko's Tro there a little bit.
That's nice.
Obviously, hard to trap a Tro. Couldn't get that, but I do run down his Merc.
Our Morts should have had much more pressure.
Yeah. PK is soul fighting, and then well, he's keeping the hill. I guess that's fine. He's got to keep control of that hill. Yeah, I do pick off Gekko's. So right here, ours is calling for us to leave the flag, and I'm telling him no. We're holding this flag, and then right here I'm telling everybody to get ready for a maul rush. I'm like. And right here, I'm saying, send in the mauls. Maul rush, go. Because I'm rushing Kroon right here. So I realize...
that Mort wall is going to be tough, dude. If we're playing heads up, I mean, they should get some really good shots on you.
Yes, but you'll see me do a pretty good job spreading. And I have a really good rush.
Are fucked.
I have a really good rush here.
Yikes.
All their morts are shooting at the same time, too, which is another problem. They really needed to stagger their shots. They're like all shooting at the same time and in the same spot there. Like, did you see that? It was like...
Yeah, I saw that.
It's like, what? You need to spread out your shots and stagger them.
And that flank's done at
yeah,
this
so
point.
I got a really clean kill there on Kroon, pretty much. Yeah, that flank is done. The percentages look even right now, but actually we have a pretty big advantage in the north right now. And I realize right now that I can just leak into your guys' backfield and there's nothing to stop me. So I'm telling my team that right now. I'm like, hey, you guys just need to not get flagged right now because I can take all their flags if you guys just hold.
Yeah, there is literally nothing. Very little maul defense, and we don't have much. Well, we got a little bit of offense. Paris is still kicking around.
Flag captured.
You guys end up having to pull, I think, your souls back to defend. Because, yeah, right now, Kroon can't stop me. He's the only one shadowing me, and he needs additional reinforcement. I think he was the one actually... I remember listening to the voice comms of you guys' team. I think Kroon right here is coordinating a defense for you guys. If I had actually gone straight for that east flag right away... I guess I could have taken it and flagged you guys a lot sooner. So I actually made a mistake there. If I'd gone straight for that east flag, do you see that right now, Asmo?
Yeah.
Like the east middle flags?
Yeah, the east middle flag. If I'd gone straight for that, I actually would have flagged you guys sooner.
Flag
yeah, maybe just have Mercs have flag 3 and travel to the east or something.
Man, it pains me that I did not see that. That would have been a really next level play if I had saw that. Because that's a rare situation. It's like, oh, don't take the flag closest to you. Actually take the far one first is the correct move. Because it gave you guys time to like get your defense in place. I could have actually...
If the soul's over.
I could have ended this game a lot sooner if I had done that. Yeah, once the souls are there, I recognize that like, I don't want to commit to this until I get some reinforcement. There's a lot of fighting going on all over the map right now.
Looks like Paris is going for the kill, like right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have it though. LSO is
There's
right on top of him.
There's no way he would get there. Yeah. He takes a lot of damage.
He would take way too much damage, yeah.
Seems like Monty's having a really good series so far. He played well this game too.
I think he's extremely underrated. I think Monty's a great player.
Oh no, I agree. Especially his BC skills are really like I'm not saying he's definitely not dumb either as a player, like pretty smart, but he does I have seen he does need some guidance sometimes, but like his BC skills are like so underrated. Like I've lined up against him on flanks and he like can keep up with me on clicking. It's like really impressive.
Yeah, and he can fill a lot of different roles too. Like he can fetch, he can run tro sometimes, he can do melee attacks. He's pretty versatile.
I'm actually really upset with myself for not seeing that East flag tag.
5
Like that
minutes
was
remaining.
that man. I've never seen a situation quite like that, and I guess that's why I missed it. But now looking at this film, like again, like wow, that's something that I'm gonna mental note in my mind to look out for in the future. Because like yeah, that was a prime opportunity. If I had just gone straight for that East flag first, would have had it.
You played checkers, not chess.
That's right. That's right.
But I mean, in defense, like you still did get 2 flags and ultimately pinned us to the third.
Yeah, I know, but I'm always looking for like the optimal plays, right? And I did miss the optimal play there. So right now, Elso and I are finally executing our pinch on that East. We do get it anyway, but like it really could have been a fully clean kill at the end of the game without even having to wait for Elso to support me there, which would have been
100%.
pretty satisfying.
This seems like one of those maps where it's a little bit different, where the souls just do seem very powerful.
Yeah, the soul hills are very valid. They make the souls very valid. Harris going for a last-ditch effort on the flag.
There's not enough throw health. Too much there.
Flag captured.
So yeah, that was a good game for me.
Jeez.
Ooh, 33.
Got most of the
man.
action for my team.
Have
I
more
guess.
damage than your whole team combined.
Yeah, pretty much. But again, missed that optimal play there at the end. Wow. It's always stuff like that. I kick myself over. This is why you got to watch film. I always tell everybody, you got to watch film if you want to improve your decision making, because like I would have never caught that without. And I've watched this film probably a couple times already before, just not recently. And this is the first time I caught that. So that's interesting. Yeah. So yeah, after this game, I was asked to leave, so that's fine. I didn't make a big fuss out of it. It's fine. It's good. I'm actually glad I didn't stay, because I would have felt a little dirty staying. I do think I'll just go on the record. I do think if I had stayed in this game, we would have won. But
100%. I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too.
But I don't want to like put my finger on the scales that much. So I don't know. It was a good set of games, even by my standard. I didn't know I was gonna like play that well or whatever. So it just worked out that way. But yeah, I end up leaving, and Adren replaces me. So, but yeah, this was a good game. I like this game because like we were pinned there, and this shows a couple things. Like even when you like for example, our team was starting to panic a little bit about being pinned, and I knew and this is where you need experienced shot callers, and this is where I can have some impact on the game. Like ours wanted to abandon that west flag. If we had abandoned that west flag, we would have lost, because that ended up being the last flag that we held on to, right?
100%.
So I knew not to panic quite yet, because I knew there was a big push that we could make still. We just hadn't made the move yet, and I had the unit set that I knew I had to lead that. Whatever I decided to do basically was where that big push was going to be, and so I ended up coordinating that very hasty rush north. It should have been coordinated honestly a little bit better. Like the Maul should have gotten in there a little bit earlier to like really line up properly. I feel like they didn't really have much of an effect, but. Yeah, like we were pinned, but I knew not to panic quite yet, because we can. We're surrounded, but like there's both sides in that situation have their advantages and disadvantages. The side that has us surrounded can has map control, right? And they can kind of they have the like whatever benefits surrounding gives. Sometimes surrounding gives you a lot of good positional advantage, but then we, as the team that's being pinned, we can pivot in either direction, and it's hard for like so in this example we execute a big push north, that kind of leaves your south side in the dust. They can't like keep up and unless they're able to like. I guess in a sense we were pinned, but not fully pinned, right? Like we still had 2 flags. So at that point in time, anyway. So I guess if we were pinned to just 1 flag, such that I couldn't abandon the 1 flag that we were on to be able to go rush one side, that's when we're fully pinned. Like we weren't, basically, I guess we weren't fully pinned. Like we were kind of feeling pinned there, but like not 100% yet, right? So
Yeah, and we didn't have VI, I don't think, at that point.
no VI, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one though. Okay, so the match score is 3-0-1. I'm now replaced by Adrenaline. Okay. And we are going into Havirgilmir Light Assassin. Okay, what does the assassin? Oh, wow.
It's a Maul.
I don't know if I've played this before. That's interesting. Maybe once at most. This is not commonly played.
I've never even seen this before. I didn't even know Mauls were assassin units
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen that before either. It's cool though. I like it.
I'd say it's really cool. They should put like 8 Mauls as
I agree.
Because they can actually use them offensively.
Yeah, I agree. That's such a great call out. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
100%.
I don't like it when I don't like it when there's like only 1 or 2 like it's like all or nothing. Like you can just like, because like with only 1 or 2 assassin targets, it's really easy to do those like just rush the 1 assassin target and like it's either all or nothing, right? It's nice when there's actually like many assassin targets so that it plays out more like a score pointing system, right? Instead of just like, oh, I picked off the 1 unit and game over, right? That's kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah, I agree. I think the assassin targets having some utility and actually like functioning within the game is pretty cool too.
Totally agree. Yeah, because then you kind of, it introduces another interesting trade-off of like, should you use them to help you win the BC fight but risk losing them, or should you back out, right, and not use them to keep them alive better?
Yeah, like you could gamble a little bit, see how much you can get away with, you know. Looks like we got far more dwarves, very light bows. I just want to go back real quick and look at what the hell I was thinking here. Okay. Yep, we're just going in one direction. It is a full jugger in one side.
So you guys are juggling. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of dwarfs.
Yeah, like, I mean, in retrospect, it's like, yeah, like, what was I thinking?
It's probably the most dwarfs I've ever seen. I mean, to your credit, I'm trying to think what else would you get. Like, I think you did actually max all the fast points, so there's that.
I do agree. I do agree that this is a BC fight. So Thrall, I would not go heavy Thrall here. I do agree with that. I would actually go more archers here though than dwarfs. You don't need that many dwarfs. I would go heavier archers. I prefer LSO's trade here. Yeah.
And the archers, you know, mauls aren't that tough, right? Like, if you could conceivably have some archer fire hit the assassin targets, which would be nice.
Oh, I keep forgetting to speed through the PT. My bad. Hang on. So what do we got? We got LSO on a Thelpack. We got PKRs and Adren on archers. Shad on goal packing. Okay. For you guys.
So,
it's kind of
true
mixed,
story.
Very mixed here.
I did not go with the trade that I had in my strat.
Okay. What was the reason for that? You called an audible to change it last minute, or what?
Called an audible. I don't know. So I had 5 bows, 7 thrall plus times 4 as the initial. So I went like super bow heavy, and I think, you know, sometimes I will call an audible, but I don't know what the fuck I was thinking here.
Yeah, I mean, like audible can work, but like it's like a weird audible will be like, no, 7 dwarfs. We need more dwarfs.
Yeah, I mean, like, you need Snow White at that point, right?
Yeah. Also, Rad, I would just say I don't like doing the mixed melee here because they're different movement speeds. So that's why you'll see our team just has one Thalpacker. I mean, yeah, it's like a way more powerful melee pack, but it's just a lot easier to control. It's really awkward for the mixed warriors and Thel, right? Because then the Thel kind of have to move at a slower speed to stay with the warriors, kind of thing. So
that makes a lot of sense. I like that.
All right, you guys ready to start it?
Ready to roll.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Yeah, no, this was a complete audible. And I don't know, like, I think there was some, like an idea to the team where we were like, hey, let's just get to sudden death. Let's just go to sudden death. We're just going to, fuck it, just do it. I know Cruniac was heavily in favor of that.
Yeah, you guys are kind of down so much at this point that it's you'd have to do a reverse sweep just to tie, and then win also the tie-breaking match or game, right?
100%,
so.
Yeah. Yep, it is a complete departure from what was planned, but that's fine.
Yep, so this is got those roots middle. I think Shad's going for those roots middle. That was part of our plan too. Basically just like slightly postponing the goal pack from getting its pus for a few minutes to just get some extra roots first.
Yeah, and looks like our teams are going completely in the opposite directions too, which I feel like this mapping game type might not be the best because you've got a single focus that is moving for the game type.
Yeah,
I
like to see more assassin maps like this on smaller maps where there's fights are forced and you can't just run the targets away forever. The
Yeah,
Moles are
100%.
The Moles are a pretty fast unit on a really big map, considering the units.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's hard to chase them down. Yeah, on light units anyway. I think do they outrun warriors? Are they about the same?
I think so. Maybe Thel can catch them.
Thel should be able to catch them because they're faster than warriors and goals. So probably just Thel and goals. Yeah. I think they're the same movement speed as warriors, maybe.
So it looks like we're adjusting. We obviously see that you guys have the Jugger north, and we were heading in just a southerly direction.
Right.
And it looks like we're trying to maybe pull off the encircle. We'll see.
Oh, looks like your east is kind of backing up now. Looks like you guys are changing direction, maybe. A lot of drawing on the map happening. I think that's LSO's team trying to coordinate an offense.
I think the map, it's color coordinated, right?
What do you mean?
In terms of the markup, so like if the, let's say, LSO team marks it up, it will be like in their darker color, I think. So if it's like a white markup on the map, I think that's from us.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I had the F8 on, so I didn't see what it was green actually when which I don't know what team that was. Was it? Are you saying that was your team's markup?
I think so. I think so.
You're throwing you. Oh, okay. So you put an X over because you're telling your. Okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, you might be right. Maybe that X was telling your war packs to fall back to middle.
Yeah, fall back, and then we wanted to hit that northern side. You can see I've got the goal pack kind of eating up a lot of percentage there in pursuit. So we were hoping to get some, war pack pressure, catch you guys at the bottleneck, which might be working.
Harris is
Nice
diving
cross.
in here for a kill, and I think it's the right move. I think he's gonna get some.
He had a couple
damage
good
here.
pusses there, yeah.
on Monty and Adren kind of got overextended there, I think, a little bit too much. Oh, they have time to fall back to the dwarf. I don't know why they're committing there. Monty committed his warriors there for no reason. And then wasted a pus. I don't think he's going to get a good follow-up. He's going to lose that dwarf. Man, actually, Monty making some big blunders here on this north side. I'm surprised to see that. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
and that kind of opens up the whole thing.
Wasted
Oh,
pus.
no.
Yeah.
Save the
Oh
dwarf.
my god, Monty
Another
wasting a
wasted.
bunch of pus here. That's like 2 or 3 wasted pus on that one warrior. I mean, we're just talking about Monty being solid. This is the worst game I've seen him play in a long time.
Looks like LSO's. No, he was going to try to sneak through, but maybe he's going to go all the way around.
Man, PK somehow let that Archer and Dwarf, KillerKing's Archer Dwarf, just cross through that middle without getting heavily punished for it. That's wild to me. He should have, you know, we always talk about the concept of kill zones. I don't know if I mentioned it on the podcast episode yet, but that choke, trying to cross from middle to north on your guys' side, that KillerKing just... That's a big, big kill zone. That really tiny choke there. He had a pus and fire arrows. He should have committed all of it to do as much damage as possible while KillerKing was in that kill zone. And
100%.
KillerKing was able to just squeak right through there with hardly any damage. It's just crazy.
For sure.
Well, you know, what I've noticed a lot as a player is, like, they'll look around the map and they're watching the game instead of actually playing and clicking, which just drives me up the wall.
Man, KillerKing should have been punished super heavily for that. That was a big missed opportunity there.
100%.
You could just imagine, like, he could have flung like a couple fire arrows to actually block him off, trap him on the other side, so he couldn't even cross fully, and then throw a pus from behind. Like, would have just cleaned that. He could have potentially killed KillerKing's whole squad.
Absolutely. Looks like we are on a timer here, middle. LSO did a good flanking maneuver. And it looks like you guys could converge on middle.
Yeah, I'd say the position is like 50-50 right now. It's pretty equal. Both teams got something offensive going.
Yeah. LSO's got his fell
5
pack
minutes
in the
remaining.
east coming up. He's probably going to get behind. Shad's gold pack is harassing from behind as well. That's the only real offense that LSO's team has. But it is significant.
I mean, that pressure can unlock mid too, though, for PK to push. So it's really like 3 fronts they can be pushing from.
LSO got a clean pick off on Argos' dwarf, middle.
Yeah, I don't even think he threw a bottle before the pus landed.
I don't.
And then
Oh
Captain,
man,
I'm not
Funk's
sure what
dwarf is
Captain-
way out front.
Oh.
Paris gets a clean pick off. People's dwarfs, man, they do not protect them enough. They need to keep them way back. Yeah, LSO's team needs to really just be running right now. Like, their defense needs to just back way up.
And we have one of our malls kind of way too close to danger, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Whoa, what's that ball doing? That was so bad.
With 4 minutes to go, like, actually getting one mall kill right here would be pretty crucial.
Argos should have been booking with Cap.
LSO should dive in and pick off that mall. He should absolutely go for that kill.
And it looks like
Shad
he is.
too. I think they're
I
about
do
to
not
do
want
it.
to see that ball get out. There's no way that ball.
No, do not. Yeah, I me neither. Do not let that mall out. Shad needs to commit right now. Puss it.
Yeah, what's.
Oh my
Hey,
god,
dancing.
what
Oh
are
my
they
God.
doing? Just get it down. Oh my god. Nah,
He's gonna make it out.
Oh, he's got a bottle puss and he.
Whoa.
Whoa,
He
my
botched it. He
god.
botched
No.
That mole escaped. I
It
can't
makes it out.
believe it.
Yikes.
And Captain should
And
be
now-
helping support that mole. My god, there's a choke point right there. And he's got a dwarf.
So Shad throws like 8 things, and the only thing that bounces off a warrior's head is the
It's the
one buzz.
Oh, man.
That's kind of tough, though.
That's
Hey,
brutal.
I
It would have been
always-
good. It would have been good if it wasn't for that.
You know, on Bottle Pus, I renamed the Gauls. And maybe this is a tell I probably shouldn't tell, right? But,
Well, this is a I do that too, by the way. And it's whatever if people look at it. But in that situation, This is why when you're controlling bottle pus, you probably want to keep the one pus separate from... You want to manually control that, separate from all the rest of the bottles, right? So, because you definitely don't want... It's so common for the pus to get blocked like that when you're trying to bottle pus, and you don't want that to happen. Man, that is really good defense by Kroon. Kroon defended that expertly there. Wow. Really nicely done.
Is this a tie or a win for Dan?
Let's see, it might be a tie. Where are the
Yeah,
Mauls? Allison's team.
I figure the Mauls can just run from both teams at this point.
Oh, they're way north. Yeah, they're going to be able to run away, probably. Yeah, 2 minutes to go. Yep.
Yeah, and that Gall pack is
Sloppy,
beat up, and it's not gonna kill
sloppy game by LSO's team, big time. Like, several missed opportunities there. Imagine if he had killed that Maul, this would be game over.
Yeah, that Maul should be dead. Like,
He would have won the game right there.
Unless the Reds team gets a kill here, like that Maul should be dead.
I don't think. I'd be surprised if they get a kill, honestly. Because the Mauls are strong enough, they're going to be able to fight to defend against several goals in a Thel, so...
Oh yeah, no, those Galls get murdered, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Captain's going offensive with this Maul with a minute left. He could just run.
I guess it doesn't
See
really
that,
matter. He's not under threat, is he? Or...
I mean, he could get shot by archers. I
1
mean, no,
minute
it probably won't
remaining.
die, but like, why even risk that?
No, it's a very valid point, Asmo.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Did you see Curran? Look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, green. No filter.
So, Spoon chose the maps apparently, huh?
30 seconds remaining.
I have to say that out of all the map picks so far, this one was, I think, the worst. The other ones were fun.
I still think this is not a bad pick. It was just sloppily played by... Really, LSO's team is way sloppier, I would say, but... Like, I feel like the teams didn't appreciate how hard it is to kill the Mauls. And if you had calibrated more accurately on how hard it is to kill them, you would have, if you could have seen one opportunity to pick one off, you would have taken it more seriously, right? So
100%, yeah. And those Mauls are pretty quick, like we said, compared to a lot of the units on the map.
All right, so yeah, I mean, Rat, your team ended up in a tie, but you guys did, did win the BC fight fairly convincingly. A lot of sloppy play there by LSO's team. Let's see here. Looks like also PK and Dren might have had decent games, and then Gekko, I think, has really been having a strong series so far that we've seen. I don't think I've seen him screw up yet. Have we? I don't think so.
I don't think so. He was tagging flags in the game before.
Gekko's doing great. Kroon and Gekko, I think, are maybe MVPs for your team so far, Rat.
100%.
Paris is doing good too. Paris is doing good too.
There's an argument too that Asmo had some pretty clutch play at the very end here too.
Asmo, what do you mean? Asmo's not in the game.
No, later on in the match, like for MVP status.
I thought Asmo only played one game at the very end.
Yeah, I can't take the MVP for one game.
For one game, Asmo swoops in there in the last game, takes MVP.
No, but like when we get there, though, I'll just explain it now. So, like, we were toasted, dude. Like, we were lathered up. The team it was a nightmare. And so Asmo comes in on the last game. He's like, "What? Calm down, everybody's fine. We're here. Here's a couple ideas. We're gonna do this, da da da," and it worked, and we won the match.
Yeah, shot calling is so crucial. We really need more players to be bigger shot callers in games. It's almost like it's starting to become like Myth has evolved. If I look at the evolution of Myth, like it feels like the last 10 to 15 like last 10 15 years or so was like more heavily focused on strategy, and like just the last few years it's starting to switch where like the strategy has been basically a lot more figured out, and the shot calling is becoming the next big thing that I think if anybody wants to keep evolving with the game, like that's the next big skill to kind of pick up. So how do you feel
Completely
about
agree.
how do you feel about that, Asmo?
Yeah, I'd say that the strategy, especially in like the last recent couple of years, like I can't think of anything like to do differently. That's like some game-breaking idea, you know. So it's like, okay, what can be improved on? There's not a ton of people that communicate vocally via voice, so yeah, I feel like that's the easiest step to take.
I think that, like the transition to voice, like some of us, like I thought, like, hey, this is going to help the shot calling. It's going to help players be more proactive. I can do more as a captain, but I don't think it really panned out as well as I hoped it would. And like the missing element is having people in the game who can, make those calls. Like, for you guys, like LSO, yourself, GKG, Ephemeral, like there's a few key players there that can do that, and you see what happens in the game when they're doing it.
Well,
So,
F doesn't shock. F is communicative, but I wouldn't say they don't really like take control and like assert and give. Like what I've noticed is a lot of players are uncomfortable giving orders, right? That's always like everybody's so timid about that. But it's like you're in a large team setting, and that's really what's needed sometimes. Like sometimes, like nobody knows what to do, and you'll see your team kind of run around with like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, and it really requires a player who's very confident and also has the trust of the team that can just take control, be assertive, and give the orders, and everybody's gonna follow, right? Like that. Sometimes that's what's just like in a military unit in the middle of combat. That's sometimes what's needed, right, to kind of cut through the chaos. So
Yep. Yeah. One mind can't have 7 people doing their own ideas.
at the same time, though, I feel like we've all had so much like years and decades of experience. It does drive me bananas sometimes how people have such a passive play style. Because we know what to do. 9 times out of 10, I feel like you're right. People are just timid ultimately.
you know, I everybody says that they know what to do, but I'm really surprised. Like, okay, sure, maybe like 90% of the time, but the thing is about that 10% of the time happens a lot more often than you think, and that 10% of the time is what decides games and matches. Like that ambiguity, that's what I love about this game is like it takes there's so many different levels of ambiguity to it, and like even though you might have figured out a lot of that ambiguity, there like just like we're like I was just pointing out, like when I saw that I could have tagged that East flag on that other tro game, like shit like that, I love discovering shit like that. Like it's like damn, like I did not notice that before, and you just keep there's just always new ambiguity that you keep finding, and you just keep discovering new things. And I find that I don't care how long people have played this game, because the skills in this game are just like the skills in real life. If you see somebody in the workforce that's worked the same job for 20 years, and you compare them to somebody who's worked the job for 5 years, are you going to automatically assume that the person doing it for 20 years is better? I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
No, usually
Because
they're stuck.
people plateau.
Yeah,
Exactly. They
yeah.
plateau. And if the person who's been there for 5 years got even if they were slightly worse, but they got there to that same level, like maybe almost the same level as the other worker in 20, like I have to say that the person that's there at 5 years has more potential in the long term, even if they are still slightly worse, you know? And yeah, people, there's plateaus in all skills, and it's not about how long you keep doing it. It's about how consistently can you break through those plateaus to reach the next level. And so I always hear from Mythers saying, yeah, I knew what to do, especially when you look at the film after the fact. But it's like, why didn't you know what to do in the middle of the game? Knowing what to do after the game in the film, after you have a lot of time to think about it and everything else, it's very different. And I find a lot of people are very stubborn and wanting to admit that they didn't know, actually. And they didn't want to admit that. And there needs to be a lot more open-mindedness and curiosity about where things can be learned and improved upon. Because I can tell you, I have made like game-winning shot calls in probably like each of the last 2 MWC finals, and that's with a pretty smart team. So even I'm able to find those really crucial things that everybody else had missed every now and then, and fairly, not super regular, but it's important enough that it still decides games and tournament and matches and tournaments, right? So
it's another competitive edge, that is for damn sure. Well, it looks like on the trades for Barb Valley that I think you guys probably just kind of mailed this one in, I'm guessing, going for sudden death.
Can we phone a friend on this game? Can we get LSO in here to explain what is going on? Because I've never seen something like this on Barbarian Valley.
I was part of the stratting, so I'm pretty sure I can explain it.
I need an explanation for sure.
So yeah, I think this was yeah. Okay, I see why everybody's confused because we only did 3 fetch. Okay, I remember this. Okay. All right, so there was this is all my idea. I take full responsibility for this. Shad has a tro. That's foreshadowing already right there, right? The idea here was, I had never tried this idea before, but I wanted to see how it could work. I wanted to try and see how a 3-way tro split could work on this, where basically you're gonna evenly split like 3 ways. So, and you're gonna try to not engage at all with the opponent and just try to set up a tro arty push on one side with a pinching effect. So like basically, if you guys try to push one side, that side's supposed to fall back to a soul hill with the soul support and just kind of hold and try and stay alive. And if they're forced to defend and just fight to the death, they're supposed to do as much damage as they can and salvage the tro and run it away, right? Tro shouldn't be taking any damage. So force them to like fight on a soul hill, and hopefully maybe that will give some additional tro damage or whatnot. Try almost like baiting them to fight into a soul hill. Meanwhile, if that happens, the other 2 sides are supposed to counter on their side and set up tro arty pushes. And the idea there is like we should get a better trade-off in that exchange. Or we're also comfortable running the timer out and just playing for flags at the end with a 3-way split so that we have like more spread out map control. That's the idea here. Okay. The problem with it is that it's really hard to execute properly. It's like one of the most complicated executions you could imagine. And all 3 of your throwers need to be top fucking notch because they need to know exactly what to do in like everybody gotta be on top of everything. And right here you have basically only one good thrower in LSO. PK is really not up to snuff to execute this plan, and Shad is definitely not up to snuff. So
this is early LSO too, so
this is earlier LSO.
The same tower he is now.
Yeah, and also not the same captain as he is now. He's still kind of a work in progress. So he was good, certainly, but he became much better like the next 1 or 2 years right after this. So
what is it with Barbarian Valley that all your exotic strats come out? You remember the
what was the other one? I don't remember.
was Barbarian Valley Light. Kept like half your army on defense, like a half.
Oh, the CTF one. Yeah. I don't. That was a bad idea too. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know, dude. Look, as a captain and strategist, every now and then you want to try something new, and the experimentation is good, but normally you don't want to do that in the MWC finals, right? So, yeah.
Arguably, this is the perfect time. I mean, you guys pretty much got it wrapped up until sudden death, so shit, why not take a shot? Try something different.
What was this, 2021? You know, so right before this was I think the tournament I was trying to help. Well, no, I helped Shad and then Rat a little bit before that too. Or I was trying to help Rat, I think. I can't remember if it was which tournament happened first, but in any case, I was really rusty with the strats not too long before this. I'm not going to say I was rusty with it right now. This is a little oddball. I've been wanting to try this strat for many years. Yeah, we shouldn't have done it, especially without the you need 3 top tier throwers to pull this off. The idea is if you have 3 top tier throwers, you could leverage just that the idea here is to create a lot of confusion and chaos for the opponent. Like they don't know what to do or what to engage in. And if you have 3 really great throwers who can kind of like just surround and harass from all angles, it creates a very confusing situation for the other team to deal with. It's just really hard to find 3 great throwers that can pull that off, right? And that's kind of what it's reliant on. If you don't have that, you can't really leverage it at all. So, yeah, I don't know. Probably in hindsight, this is not the optimal strat to do. I am still curious to see if it's viable. I think I later concluded maybe that it was not, but I don't think I ever really saw this properly executed the way I would have wanted to it seemed executed before I totally give up on the strategy. Yeah, so that's all I'll say about that, I guess. The reason you only get 1 fetch or 3 fetch here, 1 for each side, is because they're just there to defend against spider packs, and the idea is you get if you can like lean down on the souls and the fetch and get more mauls, you should be able to set up like a melee rush or pinch somewhere to get some BC damage. That's I guess the idea. I don't know why we get 6 morts though. I feel like I should have gotten actually only 3 morts on this. I'm not sure why I did still 6.
So what I've concluded from your summary is to be continued. Keep your eyes out.
Yep.
You're
you see this strat in the future. Yep. Ideally, you just wanted to do this like again with the proper team, 3 good throwers, and like not in the finals. not when elimination is on the line. Yeah, for sure.
Put it in the QR, Asmo. For this
yeah, maybe. But now he knows what that it's coming, and that ruins the element of surprise. But oh well. Yeah, Rat, you definitely have the better, much more conventional and better like trade and strategy here. Although we also are going to see a blunder here happen that kind of like ruins the whole I don't even think the strat really got a chance to even do anything because of the blunder that happened, which we're about to see. So, all right, you guys ready to start it?
Yep. Ready to roll.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Yeah, this was my brainchild. I take full responsibility for it.
I think this is something that Cruniac would love to see. Like if he's dreaming something up like, hey, I can run my 3-tro into split tro. I think he's definitely going to do well in this one.
This is already game 5, right? Like I thought the sudden death was really long in this match for some reason, but we're already on
Flag
game 5.
captured.
Yeah, no,
it looks like it's going to go to game 6.
Flag captured.
Yeah,
Flag captured.
I think the match felt a lot longer than it actually was.
Yeah, I thought the sudden death was
Flag
4 games
captured.
at least. I'm surprised it's only 3, I guess.
It was only 2.
Is it only?
I think.
No, I had it at 3 at least. I'm pretty sure. We'll see. I like Kroon's throwing here, being real aggressive, getting right up in their face. Yeah. He's looking for.
So isn't Shadow supposed to be pushing out to the east?
Yeah, and this is, you're about to see the crucial mistake here. Like, Shad goes into this valley, and it's like, what's gonna happen there?
Oh, I love this. Yeah.
Like, don't go in the valley. What are you doing? Like, you have no support.
gosh.
You're just trapped. And
Trevor,
he doesn't even realize the
flag
danger here.
capture.
Like, already, like, as soon as I see that spider wall going across, I realize how badly I'm in danger. He only realizes it just now.
Trail's dead.
He's already dead. He's already dead.
And we knew we had
Damn.
Well,
Like, this is
yeah.
like such a brutal. Like, look at Shad. I've almost never seen a more overwhelming troll pinch in my entire life. It's like just, oh my god. It's just so over for him.
This is the quickest trial pitch I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that was awful. Awful.
Look at
Oh my
Paris,
God.
just WTF question mark.
Yeah. Shad really struggles with positioning. I've noticed it for a long time, and that's just another example of it right there.
Flag captured.
And that does subvert the entire strat.
Yeah, and now the
right?
strat
That's
can't really be
like,
executed
it's-
at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know why you want to like okay, I could see making the mistake of going in that valley, but as soon as you see the Zerk and Spider Wall crossing, you have to realize the danger immediately, right? I mean, I would have backed out of that like way earlier than what he ended up doing.
Yeah, like incredibly super confident and just not aware of what he's doing.
Yeah.
So you guys got a nice pinch here. So you got units coming up from the south, kind of pinching our middle.
Yeah, that was the idea. Is like we want to kind of like be surrounding you on all sides, and like basically wherever your one thrower went, that side was supposed to back up. So like the thrower would be like have a very difficult time trying to set up a proper offense anywhere, because he's just gonna always. We're almost like trying to bait your thrower to push one side because it'll look super vulnerable, but then that side will always be able to fall back to the souls, and then it's gonna get a bunch of soul damage on the throw, because the thrower just gonna be like forced to try and push something because it looks too weak on one side. That was the idea there.
Yeah, I think middle was a great place to set up like a defensive
Flag
set.
captured.
You know, lots of nice hills.
Because you can imagine if Shad's Tro had stayed alive, like we kind of would have like a nice little three-prong surround here. It would be kind of confusing for your team to deal with.
Flag contested.
And here you're going to see Kroon try to push here.
Flag contested. Flag lost. Flag captured.
And basically, you just want to like bait your Tro
Flag
into like
lost.
fighting our melee and souls, and like basically get a Tro health advantage. That's the big idea.
Your team seems confused on how to execute, even though like Monty,
Flag
like his
lost.
soul should be on the cliff, and that trial retreating should be retreating to the cliff.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, Kroon is being smart too. He's staying on the outside of that soul hill. But like, so right here, and also Monty's souls need to spread the hell out. They are way too clumped up. So right here, the idea is while Kroon is pushing, like it should take him a good minute or two to finish the push, and the other side should be countering right here.
Yeah, and I think they actually could have if we had that second trial.
Yeah.
Just hard push it.
Yeah, and if we had if we have a melee advantage, then you could imagine like our melee advantage on that side might, especially if it's got a surround, might be able to be very effective and get a lot of good damage off.
Oh, you got a great pinch on middle. You got the spin pack coming in.
It's like Spoon.
That's
Flag
actually pretty
lost.
valid. Yeah.
Flag lost.
But your other units are getting trapped for sure.
Yeah, that south side. Also, that south side is like not retreating correctly because now they're retreating
Flag.
into the corner instead of to the high ground.
Flag contested.
So they're still alive,
Flag
but
contested.
they're getting trapped unnecessarily.
Flag
They could have
contested.
kept roaming around the side.
Flag captured.
People are doing their
Flag
own thing. Like you
contested.
guys actually made a good call to do this mid push, but people are playing by
Flag
themselves.
contested.
Like I don't love what Arzenic's doing
Flag
right now.
captured.
Or it's not Shadow. It's Shadow.
Flag
Never mind.
lost.
It's not Arzenic. Shadow. Like Shadow should have just thrown all his malls in
Malls,
there.
yeah,
Gosh.
all the malls should be in there. Yeah, I totally
But
agree.
he kept them back to defend the one fetch that had spiders pressure. Let the fetch die and just kill spiders. Die. Like the goal's to win, not to get ratios.
I really feel like this strat is still viable watching this. Like, the percentages are still pretty clean or even, and it's like just such a sloppy execution. You just need, like, the execution be twice as good on this still. This is not properly executed. Like you said, Shad's maul should have been went in there. Your mid did get cleaned up. Now, we were supposed to gain a Tro health advantage, and Crune still hasn't taken any damage with this. Well, only taken a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. It's really sloppily executed. It's one of those things, like, whenever I come up with a new strat idea, sometimes it like takes a year for it to like actually get figured out how to execute it. So I don't know. I think it has potential still.
Flag captured. Flag.
I think I would actually go even less more. I would go only 3 more heavier mauls. And then, yeah, because all the Zerks are mid, and the mauls, I think, are all on the flanks, is the way this is played out.
Flag lost.
And, yeah, if you can get a really good, strong ball advantage and just throw them
5 minutes
to rush something this round, I think it'd be real effective.
Yeah, it's pretty extra.
PK just got gobbled up, yeah.
Crune did a great job throwing this, for sure.
Put pressure on the Zergs nonstop, kept on baiting him to
Didn't
get
take too much throw damage, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a really great throwing, for sure.
He made the smart call, not just to freaking rush the Soulsman, which some players would have pulled off there.
Flag lost.
But that's exactly
Flag
the point, is
captured.
Like, there's a good couple minutes there before the Tro push can really seal the deal in trying to finish one side that the other side can rush. There should be a pretty good window there, and the idea is like our counter rush should be more effective
Flag
than
captured.
what their initial rush should be able to do, because our counter rush is like specifically designed
Flag
to do
captured.
what it's doing, and their initial Tro push is just
Flag
an improvisation
lost.
that they could not have planned for. So.
Yeah, I mean, after looking the gameplay out, I mean, I do agree with you that, like, I think it could work. You just need every player on that team
captured.
needs to understand.
It's one of the hardest
Flag
executions.
lost.
I think it's, and honestly, it violates one of my principles as a strategist, which is that if the strategy is too tricky to execute, it can't be the optimal strategy. And that principle has served me well, but it's one of those things
lost.
I still want to see it actually executed properly before I kind of fully give up on it.
Yeah,
So
without the loss of a Tro that early like that was crazy.
So there's actually an interesting thing in League of Legends. I used to follow their scene a little bit. I mean, even most pro teams would go that strat that's more easy to execute, right? Because you can have more consistency with it. But like when you went to the top Korean teams, they would actually do exotic things like this and be like, say, the North American teams and the European teams with these exotic strats, because they did have all the players on the same page that could execute these exotic things without making mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. I feel like in the most high level of myth you can imagine, maybe there's opportunities for that. Yeah.
Some creativity.
Yeah.
Flag
This
lost.
could be an example of it, I think.
Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag captured.
So
Flag
it looked like dog
contested.
shit in the beginning, but after I explained
Flag
it
lost.
it starts to make a little more
Flag
sense, right?
captured.
When you
Flag
see it in action,
contested.
and actually you see the viability.
Flag captured.
It's pretty solid. And I think put it in the QR, man. It's a great place to try it again.
Yeah,
Flag
let's see. Our team, I
lost.
think, has the Troers to try it too. Eliso and I
Flag
probably
lost.
use Merc as our third Troer.
Flag lost.
Yeah, got Merc on the
Flag
team, so
captured.
I think Merc would do just fine.
You know, I feel like a big turning point was after the South
Flag
escaped.
lost.
You know, PK got his Zerks out and his Tro, but they had this real shitty engagement like afterwards,
Yeah.
and it cost a huge amount of percent.
That South really shouldn't have retreated like
Flag
that either. Like, they
lost.
went straight in the core. They could have stayed alive a lot longer if they just went to the high ground and wrapped around.
Flag lost.
What's the score going to be after this one?
Flag lost.
God, what is it?
3
minute remaining.
1 2.
2 ties, huh?
Yeah, 2 ties. It was the first win for Rat's team.
I think this is where like we start to see a little
Flag
momentum shift too.
contested.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Flag
I agree with
lost. 30 seconds.
I mean, you
remaining.
arguably saw it the last game, even though it ended up in a
Yeah.
tie. You know what I mean? Like,
That is a good point. Yeah.
you guys did win the BC fight, and it was a really sloppy game by LSO's team. Was that the first game that I didn't play in?
No, you weren't in the assassin game.
That's what I mean. Like the game before was the
Oh,
first
yeah.
one. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, the momentum did shift a lot after I left. Yeah. Cruniac had a
Kern
big
killed
game
it.
there. Captain too.
Nothing. Yeah, Captain had a great game on KOTET. I didn't see any like standout statistical performances there.
I saw one standout play by Shad. Not a good one, but it was standout. That was it's pretty funny though to watch. Yeah. All right. Oh, Belly of the Beast flag rally. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this was the other one we tried to do. That same strat we talked about previously, Asmo, where we would try to. They were supposed to do that same strat on this one, where all the fast melee go on the near side, try to split the map north-south instead of east-west. I don't think it worked out well for them here, though.
So
Do you
this
guys
year,
want
Go
to
ahead.
jump to sudden death?
No,
Or is that-
let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Okay.
So this year, or at least this finals, I'm not sure about the rest of it. This is like where you start experimenting with your modern day ideas.
Yeah,
Strategy.
that's a good point. Yeah, 2021, I think, really starting to experiment with the more modern stuff. Yep.
And look at the chat light up too. You can tell that, our team is starting to come back a little bit.
Yep. Starting to find
Resuscitation.
their rhythm. Yep.
Let's see the trades here. We got a lot of souls. I don't know if I like the souls now.
So yeah, you'll see LSO's team try to do like a hammer anvil type dynamic, all the fast shit, and I think half the locks try to go north, and all the slow shit and the other half of the locks are supposed to just try and defend middle flag. Yeah, it turned out to be flawed, but that was the thinking at the time anyway. Asmo finally beat this strategy out of me after it lost like 2 or 3 years in a row. And I think last year Asmo finally beat it out of me. It's like, yeah. The souls are just too strong with all the soul hills. You gotta have some souls. There's no way of doing no souls on this.
I don't think, neither team maxed the Thels, which is interesting. And you guys got 4 dwarves. I don't think we got any. Yeah.
Yeah. How do we feel about dwarfs on this? Yeah, I could see. I like having 1 maybe, but yeah, 4 dwarfs does seem way excessive. Yeah. I don't like that. Looking at this now, I don't like it either. There's just not enough good targets for the. I mean, like, okay, sure, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, what, you can get some shots on Hurons and Thel, but the souls could do that probably just about as effectively from all the soul hills. So, and they have a lot more wider versatility than the dwarfs. So yeah, I don't like all the dwarfs that we got here either anymore.
Probably in anticipation of using them like in big melee fights, trying to get a good shot in too.
Well, they're going to be all on defense, so yeah, they're intended to just kind of just really hold against a rush to, I guess, maybe to buy time if needed. But if our defense loses the lock fight, at all, and even the souls can harass quite a bit. It's just really hard to hold off enemies' locks and souls with just the 2 locks. As soon as you lose that dynamic, our defense will slowly crumble, and that's kind of the pattern you see every time we do this strat. So, you guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Ready to roll.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Yeah, so, sometimes those strats, like you feel too tied to them because you just feel like, oh, it's so creative. I like love the creativity of this thing where it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna split the map north south instead of east west. Like that's like so cool, and like that coolness factor for me sometimes
Flag captured.
like makes me
Flag
too
captured.
biased towards trying to stick with the strat and forcing it to work. Like
Flag
way longer
captured.
than it
Flag
should have,
captured.
Right? I think the strat lost like 3 times.
Flag
Like,
captured.
usually a strat loses
Flag
once and I've pretty
captured.
much given up on it.
Flag captured.
I mean,
Flag
execution
captured.
matters too, right? I mean,
Flag
It does,
captured.
but usually there's of course exceptions like the last Barb game. Like, okay, yeah, if I'm
Flag
stratting that,
captured.
I'm not accounting for one of our throwers to just suicide a throw right off the bat, obviously, right? But usually when I see mistakes happen in the execution, I can tie it back to, yeah, the strat affected that, had an influence there, and it's not
Flag
creating
captured.
the best situations. Usually if the strat is flawed, it's creating less than favorable dynamics. Like a good strat should make it obvious what the good clear play is to make. It shouldn't be that ambiguous. And if your team is fighting into ambiguity or not super favorable conditions because they can't see what's obviously a good play to make, that's usually a sign of weak or bad strat. So.
I mean, the offense definitely, it's not like broken through yet, but you can tell it's definitely got us a little bit concerned, potentially on our heels there.
Flag
Yeah,
captured.
but I don't feel like it's gonna be super easy to collapse in. I don't know. We'll see how this plays out a bit more. But oh man, Adren's lock is already low from soul fighting. That's yeah. I mean, the souls are just way more effective here than I originally anticipated.
In your defensive flank, I mean, probably should be pushing in a little bit, right?
I really feel like LSO and PK should go in here as soon as that lock. Oh no, they should be trying to bait lock shots out of Gekko, and Gekko's got both locks. They should just bait lock shots and go in. Like it's, I don't know why they're being so scared. They should just go in. You can block the lock shots, heal through them. You got plenty of heals.
It's Badlands right here. That's how you play it out.
Yeah. I don't know why they're being so scared there. The souls aren't in a good position to defend the melee rush. Just go in. You'll run down those 2 locks, kill them, and then you'll be clear in the backfield. That's what they needed to do there. If I was in this game, I would have been calling for that. That's why I say you still need good shot calling because you still see mistakes like this. I mean, even LSO is the captain. I mean, I think he should have made.
He
that
looks
call.
like he's at least posturing to go in on North.
Now he is, but look at PK. He's already retreated now. Like PK should be there. I don't know why he left. Like if he was still there, now he could go in with LSO. It'd be perfect.
Yeah, Elsa's sort of screwed now that.
Flag
Even if he kills that, he's
captured.
Mm-hmm.
gonna take a lot of damage. Yeah, here comes the
Oh,
Why did he get that lock shot off? Oh my god. Okay, still walks
Oof.
it. He did get the. Now he needs to just run in the backfield. He has a clear shot to the backfield. Oh man, LSO is really making a mistake here. He should have. He got the flag tag. He should have just dove straight into the backfield and away from the locks, and then he'd have clear ground in the back. You force your whole team to back up and be pinned. And so this is why I didn't call this. I didn't give up on the strat here either because this was not properly executed. Again, this is early LSO. Like you can tell, he's not fully formed as a captain here. That didn't really happen, I don't think, until 2023. You know, it does take a while to fully understand all this shit, so.
And finally, the defensive side is starting to get some movement here, but they've already given up some tags.
So PK went all the way around the other side, which is still a huge mistake. But he is finally getting into some backfield open ground here. Why doesn't he go for that tag on 8? What is he doing? He's got a clear tag on 8. Okay, now he's going for it.
Flag captured. Victory imminent.
Oh my god, you guys already got VI though. But
thanks to Paris.
But you don't have very good defense. Oh my god, PK doesn't he doesn't tag 8. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Oh my god. That's why you guys won this still. Oh my god. That's so crazy to me. If he had just dove all of his stell in there to fully take that flag, he would have had it. And as it's looking right now, I don't know if he's going to get any flags. Did they get 6? Okay, they did get 6.
He'll get the VI, but the one
Flag
he didn't get is the easiest one to defend on the
Victory
map.
imminent.
He could have won. He did the same mistake I did on that other tro game. Like he should have committed fully. Except for him, is a lot more obvious what to do because that was the closer flag to take. If he had taken that first, he would have taken both flags and ended the game.
Yep.
And he literally walked right by it too, unfortunately.
Huge mistake. Wow. It really didn't ultimately matter though, right? This is not sudden death, is it? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It didn't really matter in the end. Still part of the first 7-game series.
Still a lot of time left in the game though, so I mean, technically they can fight back and win the BC battle since there's 5 minutes and they're up 12%.
I guess you were right, Rat. I thought it was only 3. I thought it was 3 or 4 games. Said that it's only 2. You're right. Because you guys are gonna win this, and then it's gonna be 3-2, 3-2-2, and then the 7th game will be
5 minutes remaining.
At least I'm pretty sure you guys win this. Man, look at that defense. Why do they walk off like that? That's so sloppy. That's so sloppy. I didn't get the tag right there?
Oh wow, it also saves it.
Yeah, but Monty loses the lock. He really shouldn't have lost. And it pains me watching this because like LSO's team, of the 2 teams, LSO's team had the more clear opportunities to win it in like at least 2, maybe even 3 parts that I saw. Like if LSO's Huron pack had immediately dove straight into the backfield, I think that would have caused your whole team to turtle up and get pinned. And then also what we already called out with PK. Like, even if they didn't flag you guys, like they would have for sure had victory imminent, and that might have been enough,
Yeah, he was in the backfield. He got a ton of tags.
And
then
just lock this one down.
Really nice tag.
Big plus back around. My goodness.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Big plus, yeah.
They're all around the flag though, so you can't chase. You have to turn around. Oh, another lock plus. The small plus.
Oh,
That was nice.
Does LSO win this? I don't remember. Shit.
I don't remember.
Starting to
Starting
look good for them, I guess.
If we lose, it's super close. I remember this being very close.
Pick off that last lock. And now they just need to milk it and defend a Dren's Lock. Just defend a Dren's Lock and let him milk it with mana.
I mean, they might win.
Oh, they might win it right here.
Yeah, it's game.
Oh, okay, so LSO did win this. Okay. So this is what... It was 3 SD games then. Okay, alright. So I was just
did we go into SD? So this was SD then. This wasn't on the...
Not this game. This is the last game of the set.
Yeah, that's the last game of the original series.
Okay, so LSO's did... Okay, so the strat did win. It was super sloppy, though. Shouldn't have been anywhere this close.
Flag captured.
Okay, so I guess that further explains why I kept doing this strat, too. But, yeah, I felt like your guys' backfield was not defended very much, just in general. I think maybe your Solars weren't doing a great job of shadowing stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe they were trying to fight the locks too much instead of defending against the melee pressure. I'm not sure, but
we let a couple locks go too easy too. You know, I saw a couple locks fall. I was like, man, that really shouldn't happen.
Croon's still doing good. And Gekko as well.
In Paris, he did make a play on flag too, but if he had not done that and then just come back, might have to.
Yeah, it was definitely close. He almost had it, but it backfired on him since he didn't get it.
Small gripe. I mean, the guy tagged a shit ton of flags, so.
Sloppy game just in general for both teams, I guess. Yeah. All right, let's go to the next one. So, okay, so that was the last game. So 6 of the 7 games got played. Final score of that series was 4-2-2. No, sorry. 4-1-2. No, it was all 7 games got played. No, what am I thinking? What the hell was the score? I'm so confused. There's 2 ties. You guys won 1. They won 4. What am I missing here?
Yeah, so 4 wins.
Oh, that was game 7. Oh, it was game 7. Oh, shit. I thought we were on game 6 for some reason. Okay, all right. So 4-1-2 final score. So it did go the full 7 games. It is only 2 SD games. Damn it. Man, I am so confused. All right, I got it now.
Yeah, so Rat's team was top bracket final champion, so they had the first pick in sudden death, I'd imagine.
So you guys must have really liked your advantage on Tro maps.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's very
100%
smart for them now that you're not in the game
Now
anymore.
that I'm not in the game, yeah, exactly. If I was in the game, it'd be a different story for sure. Yeah.
100% on both counts. And what was funny is that Cruniac was like adamant. He was adamant. He's like, pick a 3 Tro map, give them all to me, let's fucking go. And I'm like, you know what? Sounds like a great plan to me. So we picked Myopia, and yeah, we can run it and see what happens.
Yeah, and like you said, Asmo, LSO was not quite as good with Tro and, at this point in time, not until like a year or 2 later, so yeah.
I would love to see LSO now and Cruniac square off. I think that'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, Croon's throwing has been good this match. Well, except for the one rush I got on him in that Tro game 4, I guess, but I wouldn't say he like Tro'd it badly necessarily, right? It was
the Mort support.
I did have a Tro advantage over him, so but the Mort support that he had there was not great. All right,
so we got FR.
Adren on secondary Tro. Okay, I do like LSO's trade here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. No, it's your guys' pick, so I don't remember I don't think I was helping with the trade for this one. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't know,
man.
Was this flag rally? I actually like LSO's trade here a lot.
With the no fetch.
Yeah, even with the no fetch, because this is kind of like Quixotism, similar units. It's Zerks instead of Mercs, I guess, is the big difference. But the thing is, like, there's so many. It's really hard for the fetch to push up against Morts on the high ground. Like, you can bait those fetch into double Morts a lot, and it is Tro fetch. Tro fetch pushes are nice. That's true too. But man, fucking Stigs are nice too, and it's flag rally. I feel like if you played this well and played for the flags, you could set it up. I'd have to think about it for more. I could be wrong, but I mean, clearly they lose this game, but I have to see what happens.
If I could do it again, I would probably get like less than half the souls and gotten more Stigs.
Yeah, no, Stigs I think are very
souls.
viable on this. Souls, you would only ever want to get as many souls as soul squads as you have split tro. So you have two split, it's a two-way split here, so you'd only want 10 souls basically here at most. Just two soul squads. The rest you would want as many Stigs as possible. Stigs are very viable here. Because it's flag rally, and you can get pinned here. I think VI does matter here. Let's see, we got Paris and Kroon. Yep, that makes sense. I could be wrong about the fetch, but I just look at this as somewhat similar to Quixotism. And Quixotism, I know for sure, is one of those that you do not want to max fetch. It's kind of counterintuitive, a rare situation, but if you guys are familiar with Quixotism Tro at all, like...
Oh, yeah.
If you're smart with the morts, you got to be smart with the morts, and your mort guys need to have 2 morts so they can stagger their shots. And if they know how to do it right and they fight from the high ground, they can fuck up fetch really bad.
It's hard to judge that range, with the fetch blocks and morts so
the
far.
Fetch can't. I don't care how good of a fetcher it is. You put Tyrion on the fetch, he's not going to be able to block it very well. Especially if you put out a little melee harass and that's what I love to do. Is I will literally throw if I have 1 Zerk, I'll throw a Zerk out right when the fetch gets in range of my morts. And I will wait until the fetch is forced to shoot the fucking Zerk first, and then I will stagger the mort shots. So then it's got 3 things to shoot at all at once, and they can't hit everything. You know what I mean?
100%. I think that's the only way to deal with it.
All right, you guys ready to start it?
Let's do it, man.
3, 2,
excited.
1, go.
Game.
This is where it really picks up.
Yeah, I'm really curious how they lost this because I actually like LSO's trade here better. I think.
If I remember, I don't even think it's that close on this one.
Gekko and Captain on fetch.
Okay, no middle for them, which is interesting. We did have a little bit of an element to middle.
No, the plan here definitely for them, because I'm pretty. This does seem like my strat, to be honest. I don't remember, but you guys picked it. I don't remember calling it audible for them or anything like that. But the strat that I normally do on this is midless. If you guys end up pushing mid, it ends up just getting trapped and pinched. Is kind of the idea. Just bait your mid to come in and trap and pinch it.
Cruniac's got the Tro advantage on his flank.
Right.
It's going to be clutch to see how these souls...
So already I don't like what Monty's doing. He's trying to line up against the souls. I want him lining up against the Tro. Don't fight those souls. Just run away ignore them. Run away. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Argos is... Yeah.
He needs to prevent Monty's souls need to prevent the Tro fetch push from Kroon's side. He needs to keep those Tro back. He's starting to now. But this east side also needs to set up their push here soon, because Kroon's doing a great job pushing. They need to... Again, those morts should be able to stop those fetch, too. Ours' morts are not on the high ground. Bunk does have a mort on the high ground. See how effective he is up there. Yeah, that's going to stop... See, this mort should be able to keep all the souls and fetch at bay, I think. That was the idea. I don't like what the North is doing, though. I don't think they're defending very well.
I think we need to use that Soul Hill, too, on the flank where they've got LSO.
Our East needs to set up their rush. I think they're about to go in. It looks like it. Looks like they're going in. The Zerk should be going in. Okay, East is going in. Looks decent.
Looks overwhelming, honestly.
I might adjust this strat slightly and get like one fetch for each side, just to deal with spider packs.
Nice mort shot.
Oh man, those were great mort shots on those stakes. Man, those stakes should not have taken nearly that much damage. That was really bad.
I think they're lining up for another bad shot too.
Oh man, that was brutal on those. If those stakes were spread properly.
Oh.
Again, it goes down to what I was originally saying. Like, people need to learn how to spread their melee in mid-shot against morts. They really shouldn't be that scared. That rush should have been a lot more effective, in my opinion. But
we did get some support from middle.
Evened up.
Flag captured.
Yeah, which was to be expected. But now, okay, now your East is going to be able to counter push.
Captured.
Yeah, it's already kind of doing this shit. Man, Mort got picked off super cleanly. Jesus. That was Argos on the Souls. Super accurate fire. Shad didn't really dodge it, I guess, either, but...
Now on the other flank, they're pushing in pretty good here. I think they know that's their only opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, West has got an opportunity to push here as well.
No, they're about to get a tag on 8.
I still like this strat. Looking at it. I mean, they got good pressure on both sides. Spoon, Spider Pack. That's Monty. Okay, Monty Spider Pack ends up picking up a tag in the back. Nice. And Trend's able to push against Kroon with a throw at disadvantage.
Yeah, that mort on the hills.
Dren's doing a good job. Dren's doing a good job there.
Nice mort support. Funk's got a good position.
What's so painful about the East push is, like, the East push would have been successful if they could have just at least cleaned up those fetch. Like, even if the rest of it held, and if that push was just a little bit better, I think they would have killed all those fetch at the very least. And then it wouldn't be nearly as much of an issue trying to hold all of this.
The Zerks are out of position from Funk.
LSO, why is... Oh, I remember talking to LSO about this game. Oh, he totally misses tagging that flag 9. He needs to go for that flag. Oh my god. Yeah, this was a big blunder here. Oh man, yeah, I remember telling LSO about this.
Look at that. And Captain...
He could have tagged that flag, and that might have been the game.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He had one flag left.
Yeah, I was telling him, I was like, dude, you gotta stay focused on the flags and the game type. He ends up taking a sloppy engagement up there in the East.
Cruniac wisely salvages his throw.
See, I think our strat was still fine there. It was really sloppy execution.
Captured.
Yeah, that Stig and Tro push was pretty solid.
Flag captured.
They had a lot of good pressure on all sides of the map.
Imminent.
Yeah, that flag 9. That's it. They could have won if LSO had just gone for that flag.
And now they got victory imminent, right? Yep.
That's true, but the thing is, they're down in percent, and you guys have important Artie still alive, so they're not going to be able to finish it and close the deal here.
Yeah, not even close. It's almost over. Oof, that soul volley was
Trent like ate every single one of those spears. Doesn't really matter though.
Flag captured. Victory imminent.
Gekko's fetching was pretty insane in this game.
Yeah, he just barely stayed alive on that east side, and it was just crucial.
Yeah, it's just clean up now at this point. I don't think the fetch, to your point about the Quixes and, the fetch didn't seem terribly effective. I want to see what damage they had overall.
Gekko's going to have some good damage, but I think more accurate would be whoever the other fetch was. Captain remaining. On the other fetch, maybe?
It was Captain, yeah.
See what his damage is. I think that's more reflective of what should have happened to both of your fetchers. Yeah, this is, you can tell, like, this is, it's definitely not the same thing as MIT. I mean, MIT lost the next year as well, even when I was playing. But MIT, like, roughly this roster here kept getting better with each year. I think we got even better probably even last year as well. So
Good engagement by Paris. That was sound with the retro.
yeah.
Flag
There's the
captured.
game. Okay, so let's see what Captain did. 49.
I mean,
It's not terrible. Gekko got
not
50.
terrible.
Yeah, I guess he did good anyway. But only 11. I don't know. I didn't see what he hit, but I don't know. I still felt the strat was viable. You have to run this experiment a bit more times to see fully one way or the other. But
Wouldn't hurt to maybe have 4 fetch total, but
it was a close game.
Much.
I think it wasn't close in like percent, I guess, but like it was close in game type. Like they had the opportunity to absolutely win there. There was a small window there, so they just didn't see it and take it. So Dren had a good game. Looks like I'm trying to remember who had those Stigs on the east side. I want to say I actually don't remember.
It wasn't Funk. He was on the west. Who was on the east?
I was going to say Shad, but he doesn't have enough losses, so I don't think it was him. It was Spoon, Shad, and LSO, and probably one other player that I'm missing on that east side. Might have been... No, Monty had Souls on the west side. I don't know. But whoever Stigs that was not spread out nearly enough. Because, yeah, I saw like 4 Stigs die to a single shot. And there's like 2 shots like that, I think.
So who did you replace Asmo in this next game?
Uh,
Who did we lose? Vasazel.
no. Was KillerKing in other games?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Some of them, I don't know about every single one. But were you guys rotating at all, Rat?
I don't think we rotated. I don't think we did.
I don't think so either, yeah.
So on this one, I've already kind of hit on the Asmo element coming in on this game. And I mean, from my point of view, like it was pretty freaking crucial. But we knew that you guys were probably going to go like thrall heavy to some extent, bows, probably bow heavy. And Asmo immediately hit on it. And I mean, of course, chime in on this for sure, dude. But he was like, hey, run around, get the dwarves, get some dwarves, run around. And I'm like, fuck, that makes sense,
Oh, I remember this game, yeah.
I think our plan was to like surround them, right? They're going to go middle. They're controlled out, so we're going to play this around and just try to keep them middle. They're slow units.
Yeah.
Remember, right?
Our plan definitely is to like use the thrall wall to just push you guys off the middle and just secure mid control. And then the theory here is that the map is small enough that thrall and archers don't have to really leave middle too much to be able. So if you look at it, if you got mid control, you should basically be able to control like 5 or so flags, and there's only 11 on the map. So I mean it's almost a majority just from that. So the idea, that was basically the idea, is just kind of like zone you guys from the middle, and that should be enough map control to be able to win on flags. I remember watching this though, and these guys, again, the execution was just so the reason I would have had such a big impact is also just because like Elso's team is just not executing nearly to standard. It's like not even close. And I actually don't even know if I'd be able to fix all the issues, to be honest, but I would have definitely helped fix a lot of it.
Yeah, I think the power of another shot caller in the game is pretty crucial, man. That's a big deal.
Your guys' trade here is like counterintuitive to what you like to do, though. You have like none of the fast melee.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
No
What is it,
warriors don't
Warriors?
get anywhere near max goals.
Yeah. So yeah, it is a little different. It's just because the map is so small. So when the maps are really small like this, archers tend to be more valuable because they just can control their range, can control a larger percentage of the map. So the effect that they have with zoning stuff out is more noticeable. And so you're kind of just seeing a similar dynamic here as our traditional siege forces on the creep and Lycan maps, just on a slightly different use case here. I still like it. I don't know. I'd have to see. It is a little heavy on dwarfs though. 6 dwarfs. Yikes. I don't know if I like that. You guys go no archers. That's interesting. You guys do get 6 dwarfs. I remember really disliking Adren's arching on this. We'll have to see. I think I didn't like what ours was doing either. So the archers had to be really aggressive. That's I think the big mistake. And I would have recognized that. That's the big mistake they're gonna do. I would have recognized that if I was in the game. I don't think Elsa recognized it enough. Like, they have to be super aggressive throughout the game because they have to know that, like, hey, you guys don't have archers, so you're gonna want to run the timer out, right? Like, time is more on your side in that sense, and they have to get value for their archers and thrall. If they end up at the end of the game without a significant percent advantage, it's like disaster, right? Because they have heavy archers and thrall, which are not going to be good for tagging and controlling flags at the end of the game, right? So
I think that's almost exactly how it plays out. Too.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to see what ours and Adren do. Kind of what I was saying in the first game with Creep, how I was mentioning how, like, I don't back my archers up. I always move them forward until I'm at least less than half range. Sometimes it's even like a third range of the archer range before I'm really backing them out. So I'd be like real aggressive with the archers. You're going to see, I'm pretty sure when we watch this, Adren do basically the opposite. He's only going to ever shoot at maximum range. And you're going to see why that's a huge mistake here if this is the game that I think I'm remembering. And then ours, I think also was maybe not as aggressive enough with them as well. But we'll see. You guys ready to start it?
I'm real close. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Yeah, and to your point, like if your bows
captured.
are not aggressive, what else is pushing, right? Your herons, you're not going to push with the dwarves.
Yeah, the only thing that can push is the archers and thrall. Exactly.
Flag
Nothing
captured.
Else can push, so. The 12-minute game, that's, on this small of a map, 12 minutes feels long to me,
It did feel that way in game too.
I would have expected the archers and thrall to have enough time to get damage.
I think we were pretty happy to see the thrall and the archers too, whether that was the right or bad call, but at least like from our point of view, we were
captured.
like, hey, we're seeing what we thought we would see.
With 12 minutes, like, I expect... So
captured.
what I would have done is the archer and thrall,
captured.
like the 2 archer thrall guys, they should kind of, like, not totally separate, but spread out a little bit and try to form these, like, little mini pinches.
Flag captured.
To pin stuff on to the
captured.
side of the map. And they should have, at the very least, been able to chase down and pick off all the dwarfs, because the dwarfs can't really run away, right? They're not fast enough. And even get some damage on warriors. I would have expected that. I don't think the warriors can, not all of them anyway, can cleanly escape without taking some damage.
Flag captured.
Well, you see here, so, LSO's got to chase me in Paris because we were starting to turn the corner there.
Flag
But that kind of
captured.
frees up. I mean, there's a lot of
Flag
movement that these wars can
contested.
get going too.
So Paris is going to lose a
Flag
dwarf probably
captured.
already right off the bat. So really pay attention to how aggressive... Oh, that's an unfortunate bounce. How aggressive these archers are going to be. Because, again, like with 12 minutes, I would expect them to have about enough time to do about 3 mini pinches, like I was just describing, throughout the game before they have to start worrying about flags at the last couple minutes.
Lost.
So that should be enough time to do enough damage. But if they're not
contested.
if they're not on top of that, trying to do that right off the bat, then
Flag
you're going to end up wasting a
captured.
bunch of time.
Flag
So already, I don't
captured.
like how slow they
Flag
are
contested.
in like just
Flag
pushing
captured.
up. Like the other
Flag
thing I'm not
captured.
seeing is like they should be shooting and moving forward the whole time, and they're just not doing that.
Yeah, and it seems like very hard to trap the wars too, the way they're doing it.
Flag
Well, they're also not
contested.
trying to trap. Like, look at what ours has nothing that he can trap on that side. Like, also there's Thrall that you guys have at the archer should be just worried about getting any damage possible. So Thrall and Dwarfs are easy targets, and then they can also start trying to worry about trapping stuff.
Alesso's got to be careful here because he might get pinched. You got that dwarf there.
Yeah, I mean, like, ours should be trying to run, like, just quickly get that dwarf. Like,
Flag
one
lost.
Puskul should just be able to stun and stun that dwarf in the north and just finish it, and then move on to the next thing. Like, they're
Flag
taking way
contested.
too much time here. The Thrall just started.
Nice bus by Argos.
Flag
That kind of opened him up.
Spoon
Flag
is way out of
captured.
position there.
100%. He's way out.
Stand clear.
And now we're starting to maybe
Flag
get a little
contested.
surround on those herons.
Flag lost. Flag contested.
Man, this is so sloppy already.
I mean, it's
The
4 minutes
archers,
every game.
ours, look at what
Probably
ours
like
is doing.
yeah,
He's
right.
not, ours hasn't gotten any damage. He's just backing off, even though there's
Flag
Thrall and Dwarf who can run
captured.
down. He just doesn't know what to do.
I think the archers probably got like 4 damage max at this point. We're over 4 minutes in.
Flag contested.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Like that whole northwest should be trapped and be like being killed right now. You know what I mean? Like,
Once Adren right here doesn't get like significant damage when you guys
Flag
tried your
contested.
first bench, I think you guys are like pretty
Flag
screwed. He's
lost.
just going back to mid. We have a surround.
Both of
We're
them-
not
both
gonna
of
be
them
able
are
to
going
get
back to
action
mid.
for the longest time. Like
Flag
they won't be able to get
contested.
action for another 3 minutes, even if they push aggressively.
yep.
Now it seems like everyone's
They
going.
They
Lost.
both go back to mid instead of just chasing
Flag
down all the slow
contested.
stuff. So this is why I say people
Flag
don't
lost.
understand the game
Flag
fully yet. I mean,
lost.
Adren and ours are very experienced players, and this is where you still need shot callers to actually correct people to
Flag
fix their
contested.
play. Like, this is totally incorrect
Flag
here.
captured.
Yeah, KillerKing was kind of a stationary target up there in the north too.
That's who they should have gone for, I think.
Yeah, all that shit should
I
be
think so,
dead.
too.
It should have been dead 2 minutes ago.
Flag
Like, it's
captured.
they're taking way too long. Like Adren and ours are also just completely out of sync. They're not trying to like wrap around one section of the map and like pinch it. You know what I mean?
No.
They're not working together at all.
Flag captured.
So
Flag
this is one of those
lost.
instances where like, yeah, I came up with this
Flag
strat, but like
captured.
this is not the
Flag
execution
lost.
that was intended at all. So much like I guess the last 2 or 3 games, it's kind of been
Flag
common.
captured. Flag contested. Flag lost.
I think ours is getting a little out of position there too. At least he
Flag
sees it. He's
captured.
backing up now.
Those Thrall in the north are still alive. And then Spoon is getting out of position again and starting to take some damage. Like, it's just so sloppy.
Shad making a decent move to try to get another angle.
Okay, KillerKing's door from
Flag
finally
contested.
Go down.
Oh
Shad
no,
needs
Maybe
smartest
not.
to do that. Shad messed up. He didn't need to just push into that door if that was frozen.
Flag lost.
Thread of gold that had no
Flag
buffs.
contested.
I know.
I guess
And he's
the goal
probably
does-
going to lose his dwarf, maybe. Yep.
Flag
Yep,
lost.
lost the door. Unbelievable.
Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag captured.
This is, oh my god, this is like, this
Flag
game is making my
lost.
eyes bleed. It's
5
awful.
minutes remaining.
And to your point,
Flag
ours
captured.
not doing anything. unfortunately.
No, ours isn't. He's so defensive, dude. Like, you can really see it. I was calling it a little bit on that game 4 Trauma.
Flag lost.
You can
Flag
see his
lost.
natural instinct is defense
Flag
for sure.
captured.
And sometimes you see this with players, and sometimes you gotta correct for that. Like their natural instinct
Flag
is great
captured.
when that's the right move, but if it's not the right move, it's not great.
But even Adren, like he hasn't gotten into that fight up north at
Flag
all yet.
lost.
This is where I remember watching Adren shoot at max range. You're gonna see it right here, because like he's got Thrall that he could chase down, and he'll sit there and keep shooting him at max range. He doesn't close the distance. He's moving forward there a little bit. Let's see what happens here.
Flag contested.
I mean, we have got to set up a pinch on our side somewhere. This is getting ridiculous.
Okay, Dwarf is pussed. You see how
Flag
Adren's just
contested.
standing there? Like between every
Flag
shot, he should be
lost.
moving forward. You see that? This is what I was
Flag
critiquing
contested.
about.
Flag
Yeah,
Like,
and then
look at that!
Dwarf survives.
He didn't even finish the Dwarf. That's so crazy.
Flag lost.
Do you see what I'm saying? He
Flag
doesn't move
captured.
forward between shots to close the distance.
Yeah, no, that's a critical factor. I think LSO is about to get pinched here. Out of position, trying to help those Thrall.
Yeah, we got a good pinch going on if we execute it well. We just need to
Yeah,
plus the door from mid. That's the only thing that can really save.
Flag
I
contested.
think the plusser is zeroed in on it. Yeah.
Yeah, those Thrall are
Yeah.
picked off
All
real
of them
clean.
are dead.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
And who's that? Paris got a bunch of wars on the sideline.
Those 6 Thrall, KillerKing 6 Thrall, all of them still alive. Okay, one just died. It's like with 2:47 left the game, the 6 Thrall that should have been killed immediately only just now starting to get
Flag
tagged.
lost. Flag
And other
lost.
than that southern Arzenic south, you're kind of isolated. The team's mostly in that one quadrant.
Yeah, you guys
Are-
definitely like are in a dominant
Flag
position at this point because
contested.
you're up 10, 13%.
Flag captured.
225. The last 2 minutes
Flag
favors your team
contested.
heavily, so your trade
Arzenic's
has
definitely lost this game. He's like south solo around now.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Where it's, not an effective
Flag
tagging position
lost.
either with those units at all.
Yeah.
Flag.
That's why I say,
Okay.
like, whenever people tell me that they understand
Flag
all the
contested.
strat stuff in this game, it's like, no.
Flag
You-
captured.
Like, I guarantee you, because I don't understand all the
Flag
strat stuff
lost.
either. If I don't understand it, nobody else does either.
Yeah, I also
Flag
rushed here.
lost.
Like my stats suck this game, but our team's winning. Okay, clean up.
Looks like Kroon is about to... Oh!
Flag captured.
Wow. Nice lucky
Okay.
bottle chains there. I think percent's now
Flag
even.
captured. Flag
But I think the
lost.
tag game in the next 90
Flag
seconds
contested.
is pretty crucial.
Flag
Yeah,
captured.
Man,
Ar-
ours is like
Yeah,
way
that's
out of
how
position.
he's-
What was he even doing standing in that corner? I don't even know. Like he's beyond what the
Flag
furthest flag
lost.
is even at.
Argos could have gone in on him too. I don't know why he
I
was
really
waiting.
don't know what ours is
I
doing
don't
at
think
all.
I don't think you. No, I think Argos is making the right call. I don't think you fight ours at
One
all
minute.
here. Just
No,
let him
yeah, you just
waste
ignore him.
10% on the one flag.
Yeah, exactly. Totally agree with
Flag
that.
lost.
What was ours doing? Like, cause he
Flag
ran
captured.
almost back to our
Flag
literal start
lost.
position.
He
Flag
doesn't know what he's doing.
contested.
He's
Yeah.
lost. He's lost this whole
Flag
game.
captured.
Like literally at our start position with like 1 minute to go. Like so out of position.
Yep, and now we're about to collapse on him.
Contested. Flag contested.
Now they're
Which will give us
Flag
complete
crushable.
flag control south.
30
Rush
seconds
him, though.
remaining.
But we could have rushed though.
Flag contested. Flag lost.
It's like Gekko and
Flag
Funk are
contested.
dueling dwarves.
Flag.
Okay, so I know what ours was thinking
Flag
now.
lost.
So he was running. So look what he's doing now. He was running to that spot because he felt
Flag
Argos was going to rush
contested.
him, and he wanted to get to that
Flag
choke.
lost.
Bro.
Game over.
But again, that like just sets up Argos to perfectly zone him out off of the flag, and like he's like completely out of the fight, right? Yeah. So look at that, Arzenic, 9 damage. Wow. I mean, even Adren at least got 29. So Adren still had
I
the
mean-
most damage on the team. So
I had a couple white heels and got 4.
of course Adren will counter if he hears this and say he had the most damage in the game, guys. Clearly he did enough with his squad, right? But
What did he kill?
I don't even
Cash
know.
game
But
from.
like he should have. If I had those archers, I would have had double that damage probably. Like all those thrall would have been dead. Probably 1 or 2 extra dwarfs would have been dead. Probably some more warrior damage. You just got to keep closing the distance between every shot to be as aggressive as possible with those archers.
I don't know. It just felt like we had them the whole game, despite looking at the percents. Like they've I don't know. I didn't feel like they really had a chance to win with how they were playing.
Yeah, no, with the way they were playing for sure. That was maybe yeah. Even though the percents are still weirdly even, that still felt like the most dominant. Well, besides the Bar Valley game, but that was mostly from Shad's Tro getting trapped. Other than that, I felt like this was probably the strongest win for you guys. But yeah, I don't know. It was just on the execution mostly. You guys definitely out executed big time.
Do you think that maybe like the team hadn't bought into the strat, right? That like
Yeah, there was some
And maybe-
miscommunication with LSO. I think I thought he understood how to execute it, and it felt like he did not after watching this. So again, he was still learning the capping thing. So rough around the edges at this point in time.
yeah, I mean,
I thought he understood it, but it clearly this is always the challenge of like communicating strat ideas and execution ideas with people. You'll sit there and explain it to them, and they say they got it, and then you watch what they do. You feel like they didn't get it, right? So,
Well, I'd argue to this day still that most people don't know what they're doing with archers. People want it on archers generally. Like I'd say, like almost all the players, they want to fight other artillery, but they're archers. They want to fight the other archers. They want to fight the
Yeah.
doors. They want to fight the logs. No, you get any damage you can. The only
Yeah.
damage you can get is the thrall. You shoot the thrall.
yep.
Like you shoot whoever's around. But like Adonsky gets that. He plays his archers well, but not a lot of people actually do that.
Yeah, this was a perfect example of that. That very point, exactly. Yeah, it's funny because you look at the like first 10 years or so of Myth, and that's exactly how archers were used. It was like always like archers are meant to fight other archers, and then it's like it almost reminds me of like Civil War tactics, like American Civil War military tactics, where it's like, hey,
Line up.
everybody's supposed to stand bunched up in a line and just trade volleys with one another, right? Like that's kind of what it feels like sometimes with the way people's mindset with arty fighting. It's like, no, like it's the gentlemanly, honorable thing to do that both sides trade for heavy archers and they line up against one another and we archer fight like proper gentlemen. And we're not supposed to use any other units until the archer fight is done. You know what I mean?
yeah, I think it's a great comp. That is an excellent comp, and I think you guys both have good points on that. And they should be like a goddamn machine gun, just shooting at whatever they can as quickly as possible. There's no limit on shots, right? So.
Not just I almost think of it more like a shotgun. Like I want them to like, because I always think of like, I don't think of archers as individual units. I look at them as like the whole squad is like one unit that works in unison, right? Because they all shoot and move together essentially, right? And I want that archer volley to be like a shotgun blast. That if I could guaranteed hit one arrow every time I shoot a volley out, I'm gonna do some pretty good freaking damage by the end of the game with those archers. All you gotta do is hit one thing, right? It's that's why you always want to, like Asmo was saying, you always want to take the guaranteed hits you can get. If you know you can hit something guaranteed, 99% of the time you should take that guaranteed hit. You shouldn't try to like if people are a lot of times you'll see this with like archer thrall squads fighting one another, and it's like people want to sit there and shoot at the archers but it's like the archers are gonna dodge your shot most likely. If you can hit a thrall, hit the freaking thrall. You know, it's if you're good with dodging archers, you can sit there and it'll take you 5 minutes to finish an archer fight between two good archer players, especially if they're sitting there shooting at max range. If you're shooting at max range, it's almost guaranteed you're gonna miss. You need more compounding factors besides just that you shot. If you're at max range, you need either some other harassing melee units or some pus or something else to assist in hitting stuff, or you're shooting really slow thrall. Otherwise, my expectation is that if I'm shooting archers at max range, or if someone else is shooting archers at max range, without any of those assists there, that they are going to miss every single shot. That's kind of my expectation. Because the archer dodging this day and age, for the most part, is pretty good. Unless you're fighting a player that's just not as skilled with it, then sure. But on open terrain, you need something. Like you need like some kind of choke. If you can, sometimes you'll like trade archer shots, and somebody's formation just starts getting out of whack. Right, that's the other thing you'll see, and then I'll push if somebody's like archers start clumping up on one end. They got two archers too close together. That's when I'll push and be more aggressive. And I won't shoot at max distance. I'll try to close the distance a little bit there because I know I have some leverage over them in the archer line fight, right? And I'll
your
shoot.
spacing's better.
I'll shoot wherever they're clumped up at and try to hit something there. And if I know I have proper spread and they don't, then I feel comfortable closing the distance because I feel comfortable I can still dodge more effectively than they'll be able to really take advantage of. So.
It is a very insightful on the archer fight. You know, Monty and PK, I mean, looking at the damage, I'm like, damn, guys, like...
Yeah, besides... So LSO had the Huron pack, Adrenaline Ars had the Archer Thrall pack, everybody else had Dwarf Thrall only squads, right? So it's somewhat understandable if they, especially the way the team fought, like they were all just kind of like, I think Asmo had mentioned it, like everybody's playing very individually, like they're not working as a team at all this game, right? And when that happens, yeah, you're gonna expect to see the Dwarf Thrall guys not really be able to get good engagements at all for them. So I don't blame them as much as the Archer guys. I think LSO also did a decent job with the Hurons, but the LSO's only mistake was in coordinating his team better. His play was fine. He was supposed to actually maybe not do such fancy play with the Hurons. It seemed like he was always like in the corner and like getting, working really tight positions where he's almost getting trapped and then squirreling out of it. But maybe he was getting too tunneled on that instead of like actually paying attention to what the rest of his team is doing and actually coordinating that, right? So,
well, he bailed out the team a little bit too. I feel like, like in the beginning, he did a good job shadowing when we were trying to turn the corner on him. But maybe he did a good job explaining it, but the team just didn't look like they were bought into it, right? Like that they just weren't confident in what they were doing. But
if I recall it correctly, I don't think LSO made the proper corrections for the team at all. So I think he got confused as to what to do. It was my strategy. I was trying to explain to him how to execute it, but I either did not cover this scenario with him and he just didn't know what to do, or he didn't understand whatever I said. So it is what it is. Like you can see, like that's the kind of shit that happens there, though. Obviously, LSO today would not make this mistake at all. So it's kind of old news, but yeah,
I'm looking forward to this MWC, guys. Seeing LSO, Asmo.
Yeah,
I think we got.
LSO and Asmo just played each other. Well, I mean, we of course played in the last MWC finals as well, and that was a good match. Asmo has finally come fully formed into as a captain as well, and then they obviously played each other in the most recent draft tournament where Asmo won. So they kind of each got one against each other, and Asmo has a much better MWC team this year than he had last year. So I think it'll be the toughest MWC finals I've ever been in, to be honest. Yeah, I think it'll be the best MWC finals yet as well. I'm gonna make some big bold claims there.
No shit, dude. Yeah, that's
I think
awesome.
so. I think so. Any captain advantage I had, at least strategy wise, has basically evaporated since LSO and Asmo have kind of picked things up. And the only thing left is shot calling, but LSO and Asmo still are good shot callers, so I don't expect to see like big gaps in shot calling. So yeah, it's the myth is really like we only got I think one more year to cover Asmo, which is like 2022 I think, the next year after this. So we're coming down to the end of the wire with all these MWCs we've reviewed, and the game, I hate to disagree with all the people who think the best myth was 10, 15, 20 years ago or whatever. I still think the best myth is ahead of us, even now with, as few players, as late as things are. Like, the game keeps evolving, and it keeps, at least in the large team setting, I'm not saying in the small team setting, but in MWC, large team setting, the game keeps getting better, and I think the best is yet to come.
I completely agree. I think that, like all three of us have that advantage on this topic, have been playing for a long time. And I think, a team today, like the teams we just saw in this finals, would probably destroy a team of like 20 years ago. Like,
100%.
absolutely rip them
It's
to
not even a
pieces.
question. Yeah. No, what Asmo and I really observed was that all the games pre about 2017 were really slow paced, super slow paced, and then you really saw the pace pick up big time around 2017, and the pace might have even picked up even a bit more in just the last year or two or so. So that and that's a reflection of shot calling right there. Just like the execution's getting a lot tighter and quicker. You're not seeing a lot of wasted movement, people going back and forth, not knowing what to do, this and that. It's just the pace of the game is really ramping up. So.
Yeah, the finals and the older times, it seems like there are these long periods of feeling out the other team and everyone looking for perfect positioning.
Yeah, we watched a lot of that. Like half the game would go by with both teams just kind of like facing each other and barely any fighting happening before finally someone decides to make a move. And it was like that for like 15 years.
Yeah, literally half the game.
Yep. And it was like that for 15, almost 20 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think, you guys added Sam too. If he plays, that's a look, if you had yourself, GKG, LSO, and Sam, or maybe even Paris too, right? Ephemeral on Tro, you guys got a good squad too.
We had Sam the last 2 years, in 2023 and 2024. Unfortunately, we do not expect Sam to show up this year, at least per the latest we've gotten from him. But that's why we added Merc. So Merc is kind of a replacement for Sam.
Nice, yeah. I think the low T, the Rabble team we've got, I jumped on that one. I don't know what the deal is with that, but hopefully we come competitive and, have some good games in the mix too. But it feels like a rather
You're on Akira's team, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
I just told him Akira's got the clear third, team. I mean, Akira has... Okay, Akira, if you listen to this, dude, he is... I saw some of the chat in Mirrorguard or whatever. Or not Mirrorguard, but Grata. I don't know why he's so self-defeatist. He has a perfectly good team there. Asmo, am I wrong? Like, he can do a lot with that team. Like, yeah, okay, he needs 7 bodies, but I assume he can get 7 bodies. I don't know why you think otherwise. He's got a lot of people there. He could do a lot with that. I would love to see, and if he need, maybe he even asks for your help, Rat. I don't know, but like, if that team could just get organized, that's a perfectly good team. There's nothing wrong with that team.
The
Yeah, no, I
talent,
think
talent's good enough to win a Mithril Cup, right? Like, they should be in contention. Like Akira, Thal, Karma,
It's
Dren,
all going to come down to the team organization, the strats and the shot calling.
Ratking, Shyster, Zur, like Arzenic. Like, you're telling me, in theory, Terry's getting on that team. Like, you're telling me that's not enough talent to win a freaking Mithril Cup? Like, that's all 4 or 5 ballers right there. It's all about, like, is someone going to, like, step up and put in the effort to do good strategies, to communicate? Like, so all the little things, right? It has nothing to do with the roster if they can't make it far.
Yeah, they have the talent. They just need to organize it. That's all it is. Like, he was kind of coming up with the opposite conclusion that there was nothing that he was going to be able to do because it's always the same thing. Like, players are not active enough. There's, nobody shows up, blah, blah. If they don't show up, fine. Okay, I agree. But usually it's not them not showing up. It's usually, you can sit there and say they're not active enough. I think personally, as long as people are active in MWC, that's enough. They don't need to play any other games outside of the tournament itself. Like, I pretty much don't do that, and I'm fine. I don't feel I might feel rusty for the first couple weeks at MWC, and then I'm good the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that's what QR's for.
Their roster's the most active roster right now. Does he not realize that? They're literally the most active roster. Akira plays. Thal plays. Karma plays a little bit. Adrenaline plays a little bit. Ratking's been playing recently.
Zur's been
plays
playing a
all
lot.
the time. He's been freaking grinding. Like, Clank's been playing a lot. Like, Monty plays. Like, he has the most active roster. What's he talking about, dude? They're literally playing the most right now. Like, maybe my team's in contention, but MIT doesn't play at all. It's like LSO and FRML. That's it.
It's such a self-defeatist attitude, and that's not what champions are made of. It's not going to win you, anything. Like, you can't compete with that kind of mindset. You got to be a killer. You want to be a trained killer, and a trained killer is not sitting there, woe is me, about a million reasons why you can't win. Like, it's not. Look at our MIT roster in 2023 that won. Like, that is arguably one of the weakest rosters that has ever won. Like, if that roster can win, then why? Nobody else has an excuse, in my opinion.
I think he's going to come around to it for sure. I think he'll put a good foot forward.
And if he wants help, like, that's the only thing. It's like, I would love if he and any other captain just asked for some help. Like, hey, okay, I'm doing this capping thing. I'm going to be organizing for my team. Can you help me? I would love to train somebody. Like, the myth community needs more well-trained captains and shot callers. Like, I want to make more of those. Like, this podcast is helping somewhat. We were talking about this just the other day in another one of our team chat, that like, we feel that the even the Rabble games of the last couple of years have started to improve a little bit, and I don't know. I haven't been super active to maybe fully agree with that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case anyway.
No, I think the Rabble games this year have been a lot better, at least on Asmo's host. They've been better organized, the players just connecting a little bit better in game on what they're supposed to be doing. So I agree.
I've heard reports that there's a lot more effective, like, Troarty pushes happening and things like that, so maybe some things are starting to click for people.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's slowly moving forward. And I think, I've got confidence in Akira. I think he's going to pull through, and I've got a little experience, he and I, on the Sin teams over the years. So, yeah, I think that I hope that what we do is we end up with some really competitive, awesome, close matches. That's the ultimate goal there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if Akira wants, or whoever's going to captain and strategize for that team, if they want strategies, even just as an idea to work off of, I would give them strategies. Like, I don't care. Like, as long as they're going to as long as someone's going to try to learn it to the point where they can start making the strategies themselves so that they can be self-sufficient at some point, it's 100% worth it to me. Then the community could have more captains. That's just what's sorely needed. That's always been the thing that's been needed. Like, we have all the BC skills. We just need people to actually know how to organize those BC skills to use them properly.
100%. I think, for me, like this year, the past couple of years, honestly, I'm kind of taking more of a backseat passive role, but next year I'm gonna commit to building a team and putting all the shit together and doing all that good stuff. This one's gonna be a little bit tough, but at least I can jump in and play a little bit. But yeah, I think it's a gracious offer too, by the way, and I think people should take it up because that is a very significant bottleneck, and that's why a lot of people don't sign up to play because they don't want to get into a match with someone who can't coordinate it, and it turns into a disaster, and they don't want to do that. So I think if people have confidence in their captains, it's a lot falls down the line.
I also just I want to put this out there too, that I feel a lot of people are hesitant to take the captain spot because they feel like if the team loses, it's like they bear like way more of the responsibility of that result, and like everybody wants to like fade into the crowd essentially, right? They don't want to stand out by taking a leadership position because like they don't feel confident they're going to win, and so like I guess they're like concerned that people are going to make fun of them for that or whatever. And it's just like nobody that none of the good captains are going to do that. None, Asmo, also I've never I don't think any of us have ever made fun of a captain losing just for like as if like it. Look, if their strategies are like really appalling and that like that's the reason why their team lost, fine, like sure, I've said that, but like it's never like, oh, this is unfixable and you're forever tainted. Like no, like if it's being said, it's only because like, hey, it's fixable, like we can fix this. It's more of like encouragement and let's make you better, not like as a point of trying to just talk shit for the sake of talking shit, right?
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff fades over time. People, all that shit that happens. I mean, I remember in the coming up phases of being a captain, catching all kinds of shit over the years. You suck, blah, 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 you're middle of the pack, all that, whatever, you do it. The thing is, and to your point, right, have a goal and reach there and get it. Reach out to people like yourself and others that'll help, and don't be afraid to fail. Because shit, look at my record in Myth World Cup finals. You'll see a lot of L's in that column, but eventually you win, right?
I mean, to your credit, I mean, we just watched this Myth World Cup, and this is like an undisputed win you had. So you have 2 Myth World Cup wins as captain, and only a handful of people can say that. I guess it's you, LSO, Ratking, Ska, and GKG, and all those people have 2 other than GKG. So you're at the you're at the top echelon of accolades for a captain.
100%. And I appreciate you saying that, man. And, throwing a couple TWSs in there and, hey, it's like, I feel like, once I got to this point where like my goal was to always win a Myth World Cup, 19 had an asterisk. Okay, great. 2020 just wasn't my year. So 2021, come back, run it again. And sometimes you lose. And I feel like eventually the story will tell itself. You just gotta, to what you guys are saying, like get out there and try it. Who gives a shit what people say or not, right? It's, you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. You just got to do it.
Anybody who's been capping long enough has been through all the same shit. Like, you want to sit there and bitch about like your players not following orders or not executing properly or like not understanding the strategy or going the wrong direction or people not showing up. Like, we all get it. Like, anybody who's been capping long enough, we understand. Like, we're not going to be the ones throwing stones when like shit goes downhill like that. Like, we're going to be the ones that understand it and can sympathize with it better than anybody else can. It's a very frustrating experience to spend hours preparing for a finals match, and then like any number of things go wrong and kind of throws a lot of your effort out the window. Like that's it sucks. That's what that's just part of the nature of the job. We need somebody to freaking do it, you know. It sometimes goes underappreciated, but we still need somebody to freaking do it. Like it's a service to the community. So.
And a service to yourself, man. Like, I remember captaining teams long ago because you couldn't get on a competitive team. Okay, great. Well, I want to play games. Well, make your own team, right?
Dude,
Then you can
Brett,
play, you know?
Brett, that's the thing that frustrates me now about like this newer era than ever before. Like people don't understand. Like you and I, we didn't just get a shot on the top team, right? We put in like
Yeah.
No.
10 years straight of captain and making these middle of the road teams knowing that we aren't going to win, like just
Yeah.
trying to compete and steal games from the best teams. Like we put in that time. People now, they're like, oh, I've played Mithril Cup 2 years. I expect to be on the best team. And if I don't, I'm not going to play. It's like, what the freak, dude? Where's the competitive attitude? Me and you
Yeah.
grinded for years and years to get the shot.
A long time, dude. And, you know, there's some luck in there too, right? Every once in a while you catch a lucky break here and there. Yeah, no, I get it, man. It is, I think the underappreciated comment is a good one. I think that was from GKG that, you know, captains, that the journey we all had to get here sometimes is not appreciated. But at the same time, like, you want to play and you want to have some great games, you can get out there and do it yourself. Reach out, like GKG is saying. Shit, I think even, I'll speak for myself, I'd help out and help somebody too. You know, time is limited, but I'd do something. And I'm sure you would too, Asmo. So it's like, no real excuse. Yeah, and I think these podcasts 100% absolutely help people, players and captains. I'm convinced of that. If people watch it and listen to it, it will help them. It will help them.
I'll say my perspective as like a team organizer slash captain. I'll give opportunities to new players, but I'm only gonna give those to new players that show that competitive edge and like they're not on a top team. They don't just crumble and give up. That's why I invited Groove. Last year he was on like some freaking rabble Mithril Cup team essentially. He captained it. He tried. He communicated. Like he showed the effort. That's why I invited him over other people that might be better than him because like I don't want some dude on my team. It's like, oh, I'm only gonna play Mithril Cup if I'm on the best team. Like, no, I want somebody who's gonna freaking compete regardless of the situation they're in. And to me, he's shown that, which is why I gave him an invite.
Love that, dude. He did show, like, he caught my attention last year too, for sure. I was like, damn, is this guy, like, is somebody dummying or like, what's going on? You know?
You're talking about Groove, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's got a good mindset. He's competitive for sure.
Yeah, Mark too was also a really nice surprise last year, I'll say.
Yeah, he's solid. He's better than I thought he'd be.
So I'll second a couple things. So to second what Asmo said, yeah, like I have seen players over the years who like come out of the blue asking to join my teams, and as you suggested, Asmo, it's like, but you didn't do anything to like usually what ends up happening if somebody tells me they want to be on my team, usually it means if they came to me first, it usually means I didn't want them on my team, because I usually go after the people I want pretty early before they even have to ask. And so if that's the case, then my advice, it kind of goes to the whole, I was mentioning this in the chat the other day, Asmo. There's this old saying in like hedge funds or like the startup scene, venture capital scene or whatever, about like entrepreneurs asking for money, they get advice, and the entrepreneurs that ask for advice, they get money, right? It feels a lot like that in this situation too. Like if you come to me asking for an invite onto my team, that's like asking for money. I'm going to tell you to go spend a year. I'm going to give you a bunch of advice for what you should, work on for the next year, and then you know, if you were to actually follow everything if somebody were to actually follow my advice and do everything like very seriously what I said for a whole year. First of all, basically nobody has ever done that, right? You give them a bunch of advice for things to do, and they don't want to listen, right? So it's a mindset problem more than anything. It's almost never a skills problem. It's almost always a mindset problem. And then also, like, if they just sucked it up and did stuff for like a year, I might actually invite them the next year. But it's like what Asmo was saying. I want to see them put in the due diligence, put in some actual effort, right, to be able to get that invite, you know. And yeah, a lot of players aren't doing that yet. You guys pointed out very well. Like we've all put in our time. You know, I came up maybe a little bit before you guys, but even I put in my time if you really look at it, right? Like my first MWC was 2000, but I didn't really get onto a top MWC team. Like I guess you could say Vasazel that's where I was on a 4th place team. Like, is that considered top? I don't know. The Vasazel teams in 07 and 08, those are like, it's debatable if those were contending teams or not. That's what I'll just say. It's kind of debatable, right? We were the 4th team, and then 09, I'm finally on a top team, and we went fine. So like that's like, you know, it's that's like almost 10 years, right? I captained some newbie teams leading up to that, you know, so I put in my time too. And then the other thing I just want to briefly mention is that I did play a part in both of you all getting a shot, right? So I saw
100%.
I saw the talent in you guys in 2013, and I don't know. Do you guys think that was like what was that like from your guys' perspective? Was that like your big break into a top team? Was that Team and T in 2013 for you guys, or what?
You can answer first, Rhett.
You know, I'm going back to think, like, I don't think I was on any serious contending team before that. Not that I can recall. We had the Ducky Wu-Tang Clan team, but I don't think we were really contenders, right? I think we just surprised a team or two, maybe. So, yeah, no. And one of the biggest takeaways from that experience was organizing the team, shot calling in games, and the structure of your written strategies by far was one of the most influential things. And that to me definitely was a catalytic point where I could, you know, take that information and start doing my own thing a little bit. And it took a while to crank up. I mean, I guess 14, I don't think, we played together 14. But like 15, 16, 17, there was some, you know, you could tell a shift in my game for sure. And I think that it also did something that was like, it was like an intangible where I had confidence. Like I had been through it and I was able to, you know, kind of tag along with you guys in doing that. Which it was great to be able to play in some Myth World Cup finals, win them, right? So you have a really solid idea of like what it takes to win, what were some of the key elements that got there, and 100%, I definitely took a lot of that information and translated it into, you know, the teams I made afterwards, and a lot of trial and error because I obviously didn't get a lot right at certain times, and sometimes I did, but you know, definitely very, very influential. And that was those Team and T teams were also fun to play on. I have to admit, they were fun. We had a good time.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I have been grinding like since realistically 05, like 04 is a noob when I came into the tournament scene, but 05, and like I had some good placements for like the type of teams I had. And this isn't taking a shot at the people I'm gonna name, but was just like my experience. Like I talk like DM with Paris and Limp and other people that are on top teams that usually form these teams, right? they're sweet talking me in these DMs, and they'd never give me invites, dude. I was so angry. So when I got that invite, like from you, which was unexpected, because I think I was talking to both in that same year, and then I see them add all these players that freaking put in like a quarter of the effort I do. When you added me, like I knew I was gonna win that year. I was freaking angry, right? I was like, I ain't gonna freaking stop these dudes and prove them wrong this year. It's the first time on a competitive team, and we're gonna win. Like that was my mindset. Like I had no doubt I was not gonna win.
You
Hell
know,
yeah, dude.
I'm always, you know, you look back on what you're most proud of with this game after playing it for so long, and for me, it's not the freaking wins, really. I would have been perfectly happy losing to somebody who was also really good. Like, if anybody who's lost to me many, many years, like, at least you can rest knowing, like, you lost to somebody that's good. Like, I think I upheld a high standard for everybody to, like, lose to somebody, right? You can walk away not feeling too bad about it, I feel. I know I wouldn't anyway. And so I don't care about the wins. Like, I only care about competing. That's very different, right? Like, I care about competing at a high level. Like, as long as I know I did the best I could do, I'm content with that. And if I end up falling short, like, and I know I just couldn't do any better, that's just whatever. There's some limitations there for whatever reason. It's fine. Like, as long as I gave it my best shot. So I don't care about the wins. I think a lot of people care too much about the wins. I think to be a true competitor, you don't actually care about the wins. The competition, the process of the competition is the actual point. That the journey is the point, not the destination, not the outcome, right? And I think that's a tough mindset shift for a lot of people to make, but I think it's also very profound and powerful, not just in Myth, but in life in general. So that's not what I'm most proud of. What I'm most proud of is actually innovating. The innovations, any innovations I've made to the game in terms of, like, not just strategies, but also recognizing talent that was unrecognized by everybody else. The words you took the words out of my mouth, Asmo, saying you wanted to prove everybody wrong. I think if anybody's been around my shit talking long enough, you know that this is like a primal motivation for me as well. Like, I love proving people wrong. I think that's probably almost human nature, probably to some extent. I'm probably not the only one, right?
No.
Like, yeah, all of internet culture is all about that, right? Talking shit and proving people wrong. So, I mean, I love proving people wrong too. And, like, there's this whole, like, establishment. There was for a long time anyway. It's kind of gone away. I think for positive, this, like, kind of old establishment of how the game and players and teams were perceived for a long, long time. And I guess what I like is that I went against that establishment, and I feel like I shifted the culture to some degree. Eventually, I think it took way longer, maybe only just recently in the last few years, but yeah. So, like, picking out you guys, seeing you guys both become capable captains, and you guys were, like, unrecognized talent, gems in the rough. I love that's a point of pride for me always, because it shows. It also reinforces that my eye for the game is working, right? If I have a better eye for the game, then I should be able to recognize other talent that other people don't see. Not just recognizing plays and other things in game, but also recognizing players, just in general. And yeah, it's you guys were invited at the time because I remember what the thinking was at the time. So we were discussing this earlier. I don't remember exactly when you guys were invited on the team, whether it was, like, early or late or whatever, but I don't think it really matters that much. I just remember that the the whole idea of TMNT as a team was to find great team players and not care so much about BC skills. They're like BC skills, like meaning like 1v1 ability almost. Like that's almost like the most pure sense of BC skills. Like I don't care how good of a 1v1er you are, because up to that point it felt like that's how everybody was being evaluated, is like how good are you in 1v1. And it's like I'm just gonna throw that out the window completely, because I really wasn't seeing a good correlation there whatsoever. And it was like, I want just good, smart team players. You guys had prior experience capping, like, kind of lesser teams, newbie teams, whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't say exactly newbie, but, like, mid-tier teams, let's say. And I think that capping experience gave you guys enough insight, perspective, and experience in the large team setting to just kind of be, you know, have a good mindset and have a good team perspective that made you a lot more capable in a team setting than maybe you would be in a 1v1 setting. So and so that was the hypothesis of TMNT. That was the theory. It was an experiment, and I think it was a resounding success. And here we are, still enjoying the fruits of that success. I think all these years later, we're still doubling down on it. I mean, MIT, I think I was even doubling down on that same idea even more. I mean, the MIT rosters are arguably weaker, but still able to pull off the wins because we're still just able to like leverage that team aspect to an even higher degree to still pull off the win. So I'm really happy about that, and really happy to have grown other captains. That's the other thing I'm a point of pride on. I like developing players, new talent, whether that's just players or captains, strategists, shot callers, whatever. So I like that as well. So that's what I'm proud of. You know, teaching people through the podcast, that's been a great thing too. I don't really care about the wins. I could be a dog shit player and I'd still be content with everything else, you know? It doesn't matter to me how good I am or how I play. And I think I think a lot of people should kind of like let go of that identity for themselves, because it'll help you perform better in high pressure situations, because you don't put all that additional pressure on yourself, right? So I was just talking about earlier about how I don't really feel that same pressure. It's because it's all about mindset. And the other thing, I know it's been a long monologue here for me, but one more thing, then I'll shut up, is, you know, talking about people who want to be invited onto top teams. If you're not invited on top team, it's almost certainly not because of your BC skills. BC skills, yes, you do need a certain level of BC skills. Although I've had some players on my teams over the years that really didn't have up to par BC skills, even that, but still able to make good use of them. Yeah, you do typically need some BC skills, though. It's like not even 3-baller level, to be honest. It's like 2.5 baller BC skills.
You can 100% be on a Mithril Cup winning team with 2.5 ball skills BC as a role player.
I agree. I think
100%.
the minimum is like 2.5 balls. Like, it's not even 3 balls. So, like, but there's some players that are like 4.5 balls. Some people even claim them to be 5 balls that I wouldn't want to team with. And so their BC skills are off the charts, but I've never teamed with those players and don't want to. And so what is the difference here? It's all about the mindset. It's not about the BC skills. You have to remove your ego. Like, I can't work with somebody with great BC skills who has tons of ego and thinks that they know better than everybody else. Like, I can't work with that. Not unless they really do know better, right? But nobody's like that. It just doesn't exist. So they have to be willing to both, number one, work in a team, work as a team, and number two, be willing to learn. These are the two big components. And, you know, it's easy to say, but it's hard to demonstrate and actually show it. It's a whole thing like show, don't tell, right? And again, this is another lesson very applicable in life. You're going to hear any employer talk about this. They want a team player, blah, blah, blah. As someone capping many teams in Myth, like I feel like it's taught me a lot about what it's like to be like kind of an employer in a certain situation. It's like I'm looking for a lot. It's like when I'm inviting people onto teams, it's like hiring somebody for a job. It's like I'm looking for a lot of the same qualities that employers are looking for. Just basic communication skills, team skills, like ability to learn, shit like that. So I will shut up
commitment
now.
too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you want people to commit to the roles.
Sure.
Dude, that was awesome. I really appreciate what you said, by the way. And I think that so much value is held there. And like Asmo and I, with a capping experience going into TMNT, I'll speak for myself, and I'm sure you could probably echo this, Asmo, that like as a captain in those situations, you know what a bad team member looks like. And you don't want to be that person. At least I didn't. I wanted to follow directions, read the strategies, get the concept down, know exactly where I was going and what I was doing, and stay in communication with everybody because of that prior captaining experience and seeing the negative impact of what happens when that doesn't happen. But yeah, no, man, it was a great experience. And like I said, I think at some point on somewhere in Discord, I was like, run it back 1 year. We'll do a reunion tour, right? But GKG, was that a Stormlight Archive reference with the Journey Destination thing? Just curious.
No, I'm not familiar.
Yeah.
No, that's it's a saying. What is that you just mentioned? Is
It's a very good book series.
Oh, you read it,
okay.
Asmo? Yes, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's really good.
No, I think it's. Do you think that came from that? I thought it was like just a common saying.
No. I think that the author probably borrowed that to some extent from from historical
Unless
references
it's like
or
a really
whatever.
old book or something, but yeah.
No, it's a newer series. If you're at all interested in epic fantasy, check out Stormlight Archive. It's freaking amazing. But anyway, that's off topic. But then, I think it had a huge impact on the game, dude, and definitely a lot of impact on myself. I can definitely say that. And look at LSO, and I mean, look at I'll bet you that probably 70% of the games captained in this Myth World Cup are gonna be people who you have influenced and impacted and affected and sharpened. I think that's a very fair statement. So
You and Asmo were invited to TMNT for the explicit reason to groom you both as captains. So I mean, I think it was a success. I will say this though, Rat. I would like to see you, if you ever pick up the captain's mantle again in the future, which I expect you will, assuming MWC doesn't stop. I would like to see you go through my strat paper that I recently wrote like a few years ago and really pick up all that stuff, because that's what's been revolutionizing all the strategic thinking that LSO, Asmo, and I have been going over the last couple of years. Like, all of our thinking has changed just in the last couple of years, and it's just opened up whole new ways of thinking about the game. So you should go through it sometime.
Is it on Discord somewhere?
I will send it to you. I thought you had access to it on another one of Asmo's teams or something like that, but I'll send it to you.
And I did have access to it. I don't know. I probably saved it on my desktop somewhere. I need to check it, but I did read it, and I was actually really impressed with your diagramming and the actual detail you went into. But I need to read it again.
Yeah, it deserves a real I don't know. All I can say for anybody who's skeptical, all I can say is it transformed my way of thinking about the game. I didn't think of all those things until the moment I wrote it, basically. And I had kind of fuzzy recollections of some of those ideas, but until I sat down and actually tried to write it out, writing is a very powerful thing for refining ideas, right? Just the writing process in general. So, anybody who thinks they already knew that shit, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't know that shit until I wrote it. You know what I mean? And
100%.
And all I can say too is it had a lot of great success for Shad when Shad of all people, right, capping in that one draft tournament, and then Asmo and LSO have had great success, and they give a lot of credit to that paper too. So it's had a really good impact. It's basically the paper that I wish I wrote like all those years ago before I started writing any of those other strat papers I wrote. So like this is the one that's actually having a big effect on people. So
No, man, send it my way. I will definitely. I think it was Asmo passed it on to me at one point. It was a couple years ago.
I think,
And
I think it was in our team channel last Mithril Cup. I think I posted
Jesus,
it.
was it felt like a lot longer. God, life is so hard sometimes. But no, yeah, I need to go back and read it. I did read through it, like kind of scanned it in the beginning, and I caught on pretty quickly that like you put a lot of thought and effort into it. But I need to go back and read it. I will gladly do that because I certainly, if I do step back into that role, I got to keep up with the Joneses, man. You guys are
yes,
learning and
you do,
growing.
because like we've leveled up. We've all leveled up. Seriously, yeah.
I mean, it shows, dude. Yeah, and next year for sure, I plan on jumping back into that role. So it gives me definitely enough time to, really conceptualize that and get all the new latest and greatest onboarded.
I basically, after Asmo and LSO leveled up, I no longer really enjoy any major strategic advantage anymore. So, which is good. Like that's what I was trying to accomplish, even way back in 2011 when I wrote my push factor article. Like, but that article was not effective, and I understand now. Like looking back on it, it's like doesn't articulate things clearly at all. And it shows that I didn't understand things very well back then either. So, but like this is the article, like people read it, and like if you really take it seriously and really try to understand it fully, like you'll be able to strat as good as I ever could, and like you'll be on top of the myth strategist, charts. So it doesn't cover shot calling exactly, but it does still give you some insight into that as well.
Hell yeah, dude. No, that's great. I mean, look, I also want to say that's an incredibly selfless thing to do. And, taking the time to develop something like that. You've got to have, 100, 200 hours in on that, I'm sure. Like
It
it
took me
looked
2
like it took,
weeks. Yeah, it took me 2 weeks to write that. Mm-hmm.
dang, dude. That's pretty quick. But
But
still,
like,
I mean,
it's
that's
like
a
you
lot of
spend
effort.
so long in this game, you want to like. I don't want it. Same thing about this podcast. Like, I want to record shit so that if this game goes away, that at least something will have left over from it. Like not all of our efforts will have gone to waste. You know what I mean? Like, I want there to be some record of both the knowledge that people have accumulated playing the game and also of like the history of the game, right? So.
Yeah, no, it's, and that I think you may also have a conduit to bring old players back, potentially too. Get some nostalgia going. I think it's a lot of good things too.
Well, let's wrap things up. We've been going for a long time. Before we wrap it up, though, any final closing comments? Anything that we didn't mention or talk about?
And no, for me, this one was like, hey, just doesn't have an asterisk. But watching that finals, I'm like, honestly, kind of shocked we won, to be honest. And I'm really glad that LSO, I think he won the following year, right?
No, we lost the next year, and I was on that team. That was the first MWC I lost since 2008,
That's
2022.
That's the last Mithril Cup that we haven't casted yet.
Yep, we're gonna end on my one loss.
Well, dude, I mean, you made it that long without a freaking loss is unprecedented. I mean, there's nothing in myth I think that ever even comes close to
I'm
that.
glad to have lost. It was a good and Homer did a great job that year. Again, I'm always happy to lose to somebody that does a good job. So
It wasn't a finals loss though.
It wasn't a
We don't have
finals
fi-
loss. That's true. I never lost in the finals. That's true.
We
Very
knocked them
different.
out that year, right? It was 3-2, bottom bracket finals, I think.
Yes. Yeah, you guys knocked us out. Was it you guys
Wow.
or Homer's? Oh, the Homer's team was. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
Maybe-
right. Yeah. That's
Maybe
right.
his knocked you out. We knocked you out in some deep one of the matches. Maybe that sent you into the bottom bracket. Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's right,
yeah.
did-
No, I remember Homer's team eliminated us in the.
Yeah,
I think the bottom
we sent you in
bracket.
the bottom bracket
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
'cause
yeah.
we're Top bracket finalists.
And
Yeah.
they came from the bottom bracket and beat us. I think is that ringing a
Dude,
bell?
I don't really want to talk about it. That's the year that they had the freaking scheduling the finals where freaking we missed like East Wind, Zell, like a bunch of our players that were like.
Oh,
you
I
know,
remember that. We
beat
got
us,
screwed
yeah.
on that one, dude.
That's
that
my
one's
least favorite final ever.
yeah. No
Okay,
doubt,
so it
dude.
wasn't like they smashed you guys with your best roster. You guys were also handicapped in a sense.
So I'll say that I'll speak about this when we actually talk about. But I'll say this: like we beat them, like we're top bracket finalists, right? I
Right.
think they probably would have beat us in the finals. Like their roster is way more talented
Yeah.
than ours.
Yeah.
So I think they'd get the win, but it wouldn't have been this freaking beatdown
Yeah.
like we received.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it would have been a match if we had our dudes there.
No, I agree and you're right. It's coming back now. So, and we played, like you said, we played and beat them before. And I think that we definitely, with our team and roster intact, we at least had a legit shot at a minimum. But yeah, I remember that finals just being super tough because we got, was it fallback abuse or something like that? Or
Pretty much.
did we?
So we wanted fallback, right? Was the time that was best for our team, and they were saying that they'd forfeit. No one on their team would show if we
Oh
did
my
fallback,
God,
and
yeah.
so we had to reschedule for a time specifically for them, where we lost like 4 of our dudes who were starting for our team the whole freaking tournament.
Yeah, and we had a good chemistry with Zell specifically. I know that was may not jump out to some people as like, oh, you lost Zell, like that's a big deal, but there was a lot of team chemistry there, and we were clicking really good.
Yeah, Zell was like our best performer throughout that tournament. Like
He was solid.
he was
dude.
playing really well for us. Then we lost the East one too, which was significant. I can't remember who else, but I remember those two.
Yeah, no, in the context of that team, it was very significant, and I remember the frustration on our parts too. It's sometimes it's tough, dude. Yeah, sometimes those bad beats are tough, but at the same time, life goes on, and you got a great shot this year, dude. So, I'm hoping to see a Homer team pop up, but I guess that's he's with you guys, right? Yeah.
Oh.
I'll just also mention that you mentioned the asterisk, Rat. Yeah, 2019 probably does have an asterisk, but I will say this year, 2021, definitely no asterisk. Let's say that LSO did have Thierry and HMP. I don't see it really changing the outcome, especially like you guys were down Asmo too, almost the entire match too, right? So that offsets some of that as well. So
Which he was in the biggest matches predating that. If memory serves me, I think that he was a key player in the chemistry
I mean,
there too.
what we're seeing here is LSO is not. Again, he's just not fully formed as a captain yet, and he's just not executing very well. So I don't think that was going to change, even if he had his best roster with him. So
That is a good point. I think maybe I'm thinking of LSO in like today's terms, like reflecting back on that 21.
yeah, and we're talking about 2021 LSO, right? That's very different than LSO today. So, but yeah, if you look at what was your guys' record after the first 4 games, they only won 1 game, right?
I believe so.
They only won the Belly of the Beast game. That was the only game they won after I left the match, right? So
yeah,
they were able to tie 1 more game and then win 1 game, but then you guys won everything else. So,
and we could have maybe won that Lycan game too. That was pretty close. I feel like we a couple of those games we got close, but just couldn't close it out. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, as always, man, pleasure to hang out with you guys and do this podcast. I really appreciate the invite, and just want to throw some gratitude to both you guys. In this case, especially GKG, referencing the TMNT teams and all the stuff going into it. I listened to the MWC 17 podcast, and I was like, damn, dude, like the next time I get a chance to chat with you, I'm going to say my apologies, my bad. Any past beef or harsh words, I apologize to you for that.
I mean, 2016 was the only time I felt that. That TWH 2016, you're talking some shit there, and I'm just like,
Was that?
why? Why are we talking shit? Like, we were cool, like fully cool, and it's a
Yeah.
little hiccup there, and then some other people kind of jumped on the bandwagon, like Roar. Well, Roar always talks shit, but yeah, it was just
Yeah.
it was weird there that one year a little bit, but other than that, whatever. It's just I've had beefs with everybody pretty much. That pales in comparison to my other beefs, right? So
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, man. And look, again, you let me know if there's something I can do for you to maybe it's reading the paper, right? And getting back with you on it.
I'd
I
like to
don't know.
see you read my paper and lead a really top tier team with it, and really try to, level up as a captain, just like Asmo, LSO, and I have done. That's what I'd love to see you do that.
Done.
All right, cool. All right, let's wrap it up there. That was a fun one. We only got one more MWC to go, which is 2022. Try to plan on that next week, but yeah. Anyway, thanks everybody for listening. Until next time, see ya.
See you, gents. Thanks.
Better
Bye.
take it easy.